morning, race fans, and welcome to the PRI Esports Arena presented by SRO Motorsports Group America. My name is DJ Clark. I am delighted to be joined up here on the stand by Ryan Marine. And Ryan, we've got a full day in store of interviews, of sim racing, and all kinds of motorsports goodness provided by SRO Motorsports Group America.
That's right, my friend. Great to be here with you. Great to be back at PRI. Just a collection of everything that's wonderful about motorsports all in one place, and where better to have it than the racing capital of the world right here in Indianapolis. And this has just grown year on year. The esports presence has grown, and specifically what SRO has done, bringing many of the top esports competitors and teams into one place to compete next to one another in person in this beautiful esports arena. It's going to make for a fun 3 days, but really focusing in on what we're going to do here today.
Yeah, and it's important to remember there's really kind of nothing like what we're doing here in the esports arena in the North American continent. This is very, very special for these drivers to come in and be able to have this chance, and it's a little bit different. It's a little bit disconcerting, I think, for some of them. When we talk about sim racing, we always talk about the personalization of it, that you're able to do everything from the comfort of home. You have your setup. You know exactly how it feels. Very similar in the real world to having that custom seat mold around you and your helmet and having all the accoutrement that you're used to in the car. This would basically be the equivalent of jumping in your friend's hatchback and going for a ride around Willow Springs. This is a very different environment. And what this practice session that we're leading up to here at this point, yes, it's about making sure you've got everything on the track ready, but it's also about making sure all those creature comforts are ready when race time comes around.
That's a great point, because these racers, they're used to thriving in their own environments. They're home-built rigs that have those little tweaks, the specialties, right, that they put there to make sure everything is just so. That's different here. It is a different environment. Every one of these rigs have been created equally. Everything is exactly the same, but crucially, only a few minutes ago have the racers actually been able to come into the arena, take their seats behind the wheels of these sim racing cockpits and start to get comfy, start to get everything customized. And things might not be exactly as they would dream them up, but the best are going to be able to adapt, and I think that's going to be one of the fun stories to watch throughout the day.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see, and I can attest to all made equal in these sim rigs because I helped build them 3 years ago.
So direct all complaints towards one DJ Clark. That's right.
100%. But no, it's going to be interesting to see how they get to do what we'll be doing over the course of the racing here. It will be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as is fitting, on the road course that is laid out, and these drivers will be able to compete in a plethora of GT3 machinery, everywhere from the Acura NSX, GT3 Evo, all the way the Lamborghini Huracan, Porsche 911, the 992 variant that is out now and running on the roads and around the race circuits, as well as your classic standards, Mercedes-AMG, BMW, McLaren, all the kind of fun stuff that we're used to seeing in SRO Motorsports Group America.
Exactly, and the host venue, as you mentioned, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course, home of the Indianapolis 8-Hour, a big pillar of the SRO Motorsports calendar when you talk about it being the season finale for GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, but you also have it as a cornerstone of Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli as well, the globetrotting SRO GT3 Series. So, look, it's a unique track, that's for sure, when you're talking about using part of an oval, the infield road course. It's got Formula One history, which is very neat, NASCAR history, IndyCar history, but GTs certainly have their part to play in the history of this speedway, and it all really got started when SRO turned up a handful of years ago.
Yeah, and we celebrated the Indianapolis 8-Hour not too long ago, a fantastic race, a little bit more of a mechanically compromised race, I think, for a lot of drivers and teams. It was something that we hadn't really seen in the past. Reliability in the face of racing today is something you take for granted, and it was a little bit of a breath of fresh air. I know it wasn't for the teams, certainly. It was heartbreaking for many of the teams, but we really saw those reliability woes coming in and very much altering the landscape of the 8 Hours of Indianapolis.
It certainly adds a different dynamic when you've got that that proverbial sword of Damocles, right, with a potential mechanical failure to take you out of a competition. And look, you never can feel totally comfortable if you're on the racing side of things, and as a fan or as a broadcaster, you just don't know what's going to happen next. So we certainly had a really fun time with the Indy 8-Hour this year. Super dramatic finish with an American team that, on the road at least, won overall. It was time adjusted. They ended up second overall still in their class. But that was really cool to see with Wright Motorsports showing out against some of the world's top GT teams. And I think that's what makes Intercontinental such a cool concept, is you do have the top teams from around the world converging in one place, going up against the domestic teams and talent, and it makes for a really fun dynamic. Kind of similar to what we're going to have here on the esports world, with some of the top drivers and organizations in esports all converging on PRI here this week.
Yeah, whether that is ST Racing or Veloce Esports, we've seen them come out here this weekend. A couple of unaffiliated drivers as well to be able to throw their way around. Getting some pictures taken, as always, a dynamic, providing some of the background pictures for this race. Beautiful, beautiful stuff to be able to see that. The Audi and the McLaren there rocketing down that cavernous front straightaway at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ryan, I know you're a hometown Hoosier. This is my hometown as well. We're a little bit biased, I'll have to be the first to admit, but there is nothing like seeing a car make their way down that straightaway.
No, I'll be the second to admit it as well. Yeah, there's nothing quite like the corner of 16th and Georgetown here at Indianapolis, the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You're talking about the second oldest permanent motorsports facility in North America, third oldest in the world. You only could put Brooklands, which is now defunct, and the Milwaukee Mile ahead in terms of longevity. 1909 when that place started, and it was designed actually with an infield road course in mind. The founders thought that, yes, we want to have this high-speed oval to do a lot of automotive manufacturer testing. That was the idea initially, but to have an infield road course, that was part of the design from the very beginning. Now, it took until the next millennium to get it done in the year 2000 when Formula One came to Indianapolis. But that said, it's the fulfillment of a long-held goal, and it's opened up the speedway to more different types of motorsports, whether we're talking about two wheels with MotoGP or Formula One, and now having a tentpole endurance GT race like the Indy 8-Hour that certainly fits in the portfolio of such a historic venue.
Yeah, it really and truly does. And obviously that infield road course, you mentioned it being originally conceived in 2000. Well, not conceived in 2000, but built and put on display in 2000. It's gone through some changes, and we should talk about one of the sort of unique eccentricities of the scan that we have here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Now, this scan was done directly following the first NASCAR race at the Indy Road Course, which meant the curbing on the 5-6 flick that we're used to seeing was very torn up, and as a result, we run on the old Part 1, as it were. It's the long, curved left-hander that constitutes turns 5 and 6, as opposed to the fast chicane that we run on here today. And it makes for a little bit of a challenge, makes overtaking a little bit more difficult, brings speeds down, but I'd argue a flat corner like that, it's a really tricky corner to get right. You always seem like you want to come on the throttle a little bit earlier than you have to.
Well, one thing that drivers talked about when they transitioned back to the original conceived layout with that chicane, at least the regional conceived layout for sports cars, was that they thought actually the layout that we have here in ACC does promote passing, because it makes the corner that leads onto Holman Boulevard a corner that you can mess up. You can have an advantage or disadvantage relative to your competition, and that could give you a run, or it could leave you vulnerable to your opposition headed down Holman Boulevard into turn 7, that brake zone, the left-hander at the end of the infield straightaway. And I thought that was a really interesting point, especially in a downforce car like a GT3 car, where that quick flick, the left-right chicane, isn't really a challenge. You're not going to lose a lot of time relative to the opposition. You're not going to gain a lot of time. To have a corner leading onto that straightaway and then into a passing zone where you could conceivably make a mistake, that opens up opportunities for more overtaking. And I personally really do like this layout. If you're familiar with the layout that Formula One used, basically this is the first half of the Formula One circuit, and then the second half is what's used now, where they come back into the infield in Oval 1 and 2, as opposed to using the full oval like Formula One did back in when they were running here, and with mixed results, let's say. But we're not here to talk about that.
No, we're not. We're here to talk about some good sim racing. Drivers are currently getting themselves set up, getting themselves up to speed with everything. And one of the things that is kind of special about sim racing, although it actually is becoming relatively true for what you can do in the real world as well, but a lot of these folks just kind of showing up with a USB stick to plug in their setups that they've perfected at home. They'll make some tweaks and tunes here over the course of practice to make sure everything's exactly right to the track temperatures and the conditions that we see out on the track. That's how accurate ACC does model everything, is that you have to make those adjustments. But I bring that up because thinking particularly of the BMW M3 GT3, or M4 GT3, excuse me, you do see that you can plug a USB right into that car and it'll make some setup changes for you.
Not just that, you could take the steering wheel.
There, you got the setup, yeah.
Out of the M4 GT3 and plug it into your Fanatec rig.
Yep.
That is a Fanatec designed steering wheel in the actual BMW GT3 race car. One of the really cool crossovers, I think, from the sim racing world to the real world racing as well. And then, but to your point, yes, so much of the electronics these days are a huge part of the way we go racing, and to have, whether it's a real world car or a sim racing car, to have so many of those settings there available just on your little USB disc to be able to plug in. I mean, you can plug and play, quite literally.
Yeah, you can, and that's not just something that is exclusive necessarily to that BMW model. We see it across the board. It really is a testament to the technology that we see coming through all of this, and it's really interesting because in these GT3 cars, you see a lot of traditional mechanical knowledge married up with that electronic knowledge, making these incredibly powerful cars that, most importantly, look and act like cars that you see on the road.
That's the cool thing about GT racing, and with GT3 specifically and the SRO's balance and performance, that preserves the different infrastructure, right, of the different cars. If you're a car manufacturer and you make a rear-engine, rear-wheel drive car like the Porsche 911, they've got a spot for you. If you've got a mid-engine car like the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, there's a spot for you. If you've got a front-engined big greenhouse saloon car like the BMW we've been talking about, there's a spot for you too. And through the balance and performance system, they're all equalized into the same basic playing field. You can run what you brung, right? And it's very old school in that sense. The cars that you see on the racetrack or in the sim, these are cars you could see in the showroom or on the street. These are cars that we all aspire to drive and own one day. I think that's what makes GT racing so cool. And it's got a fascinating soundtrack too. Different sounding engines. You've got the V6s, the V8s, turbo, non-turbo. Sometimes, in the past we've even had the V12 Aston, for instance, right? I mean, I love that car.
It's beautiful.
Wish we could have that V12 sound back. And that's one thing I think ACC has done extremely well. The soundtrack of the race cars in this game is phenomenal. I say game, simulation. It truly is, and it really starts with just the thing, everything that you hear, from the engine notes to running over curbs to picking up debris. I mean, it's amazing, the realism of this sim.
Well, it's one of my favorite things to do at a racetrack, and I'm sure you know this as well as I do, that when you are in our position doing commentary, there are times that you don't necessarily see the cars, and you just hear them go by, and I can tell you right now that Kyle Heyer, who's standing right over here, one of our fellow commentators, he and I have played a little bit of a betting game where you put money down on what car is coming on by.
Have you seen, there's a video recently, Max Verstappen doing this.
Really?
Eyes closed, GT3 cars go by, and he would identify what they were by the engine note.
See, it's not just us. That's good to know. It's not just us.
Either that or maybe that reflects poorly on Max, that he has the same habits that we do. But I'm going to take it as a compliment.
I'll take it as a compliment. It's a four-time world champion.
That's right.
You've got to respect it in some ways. One of the other things that you're going to be able to see here as we put on these races, as everything takes place, is we will have live sort of driver's eye view, or a bird's eye view of the drivers, taking live looks at them down into the cockpit. That's something that I really love about the world of sim racing, is that you so often see these drivers and you're able to see their setups. We talked about the little accoutrements that you have. it's really a source of pride in the sim racing world. The stuff that you put up on the wall, what your favorite series are, the memorabilia that you have, all of those kind of things in your sim rig at home.
Yeah, it's really neat. I bet real-world drivers wish they could do that level of customization, especially in endurance racing where you're sharing the cockpit with multiple drivers. You really don't get a chance to do that. In fact, I think that's a pretty good analogy for what our drivers are going through here, where it's going to be a compromise. You probably aren't going to get this rig set up exactly the way you like, in the same way that a real-world driver sharing the cockpit with 2 or 3 other drivers, I should say, in the same car don't have a chance to get everything exactly right. They have to find a way to live with a little bit of discomfort one way or another. So I think that's a really interesting point, though, of comparison between the 2 different formats.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that is very fun to be able to take place. But for these sim racers here at this point, now it is time to really start to buckle in, to get this stuff together, to lock everything in. And this is where you start to really get the concentrating moment. We talk about being in the zone when it is dealing with these kind of drivers and these kind of moments. It can be hard to be able to do that in an environment such as this, because we've got some music playing around, there's people walking around. We do our best here in the SRO Esports Arena to make sure that they're kind of shepherded away and that they've got their area, but it really shows you just how much you have to lock in on everything.
Well, this is a different environment than when you're sitting at your home rig. You don't usually have people wandering through and kind of taking a peek in and seeing what you're doing, watching you as you go. You've got a live studio audience, let's say, here watching, and that's going to be something to get used to, and blocking that out, just focusing in on what's ahead. And these are crucial moments here for these racers, right? Going into this practice session, as we talked about, getting comfortable in the rig, but also making sure you've got that setup dialed in, getting a sense of the environment that we've set up in the virtual world, making any tweaks to the setup that you need. We know that qualifying is going to matter, so being tuned up here in this practice ahead of qualifying is going to be very crucial. If you want to come away with the win, chances are in a race this short, you're not going to be doing it coming from the very back. So every minute of track time is super, super important. That's why all the racers were standing around just on the outside of the arena waiting for the chance to come in. As soon as the ropes went down, it was, it was just a mad rush to get into one of these seats and get as much seat time as possible.
It really was. And you brought up a good point that I want to kind of circle back on, and that is that qualifying importance to be able to get ahead. Now, this isn't necessarily a super speedway race where we have to worry about, quote-unquote, the big one, but we have seen time and time again here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, turn 1 to be a high melee point. Oftentimes, it's not inconceivable to go 2, 3, I've seen 4, 5 wide down into that corner. And yes, you want to qualify as far as you can up in the field to be able to have the best chance to be able to get yourself onto that podium. But the other flip of that is you also want to be up near the front of the field so you can avoid any potential cascading melee.
Stay out of trouble. That's a big part of it for sure. Because to your point, yeah, maybe 4 or 5 wide works on entry. It's not going to work on exit. You run out of track room very, very quickly at turn 1 here on the Indianapolis road course. And yeah, it doesn't matter if we're talking about open wheel cars or sports cars, whatever, stock cars, whatever is barreling down into turn 1 on the first lap of the race. There's a pretty good chance that not everyone's going to come out on the other side. So you do want to make sure you're starting at the front. And I would argue if you're not going to be at the front, maybe being at the back actually is the place to be. And then you're there to pick up the pieces when others have misfortune.
We also want to point out here, if you are around the PRI Arena, come on down. We've got a couple of Formula-style simulators provided by our friends at Fanatec. You'll be able to get a chance to try something nobody has really been able to try out. That's Assetto Corsa Evo, the new simulator that will be dropping in the new year from our friends over at Kunos. This is a pre-alpha version to be able to come out. You're going to be able to just drive a couple of cars and a couple of tracks. Today, I believe you're going to be driving in the Porsche, from what I understand, that 992. So you're going to be able to go and take a chance at that. I highly recommend this, folks. This is special. We'll have a big announcement and a big chat with some of the developers a little bit later on today. But if you are in the PRI Arena, come on down and check this out.
This is the first time anyone in North America has had a chance to sample this new Evo version of Assetto Corsa, which, I mean, if you've been following along with the development of this program, it is really exciting the way that it looks. As we know, it's going to sound great. We've been talking about that with the original, but it's going to look great. It's going to sound great. The physics, everything has just been notched up, several more levels. And there's a number of folks here that are already taking advantage of the fact that we've got these 3 rigs set up. And it's going to be here for the next couple of days. So if you're watching and you're in the Midwest or in the Indy area and you're not here at PRI today, especially if you're in the general public, I think Saturday's the day that this opens up to people outside of the industry. Come on in, check it out, and get a chance to see what the future of esports in the motorsports realm is going to be. I'm super excited to get a little break here to try it myself.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very cool. And again, that sim will be releasing in the new year, but we've been getting those kind of leaks and blips and bobbles of information that as they have come out. So you'll be able to take part in those 3. And then as you mentioned also, come in on Saturday, we'll have all of these sims open. So you'll be able to come on in and run. I'm not sure if I'll be just doing a little bit of yelling here and there while people are having fun, but it'll be a good time.
Yelling?
Me? No, never. I don't yell. I'm calm, cool, and collected, always. For proof of how false that is, stick around for podiums later today.
You won't want to miss it. I guarantee it.
You can't miss it if you're down in Lucas Oil.
And that is actually one thing we should talk about, the setting of this here at PRI. And for the last few years, having the Esports Arena literally on the doorstep of Lucas Oil Stadium where the NFL's Indianapolis Colts play. To our right, I mean, we can see into the seats. We can see into the stadium. They've got a great setup there right now, showcasing a number of manufacturers of different transporting equipment, trailers, haulers, things like this for motorsports teams. It's just part of the panoply of racing that has assembled here in Indianapolis for PRI, which annually is a can't-miss stop if you're at all interested or involved in the world of motorsports, whether it's on the esports side or circle track racing, dirt track, pavement, road courses, you name it. There's something for everybody here. Historic racing as well. Yep. The walk-in here was lined by old IROC cars.
Yeah!
Oh, that was so cool. That's a big part of our childhood, certainly, watching some of the great racers from around the world in equally prepped cars, and to see a lot of those kind of in that hallway from the convention center to Lucas Oil Stadium. Super, super cool.
That's one of my favorite parts about coming to PRI every year is seeing the historic cars that come out and that they put on display. And Ryan, I know you are, like me, just such a fan of the history of
Nerd
motorsport.
Is the correct word.
Okay, I was trying to make it sound a little better.
No,
but
you don't need to sugarcoat it. We all know the truth.
But it's one of those things that you can just absolutely geek out about the cars that they put on display here, and it's so special. I remember last year they had one of John Andretti's Marches, I think, that was out, and I was just drooling over that.
Yeah, it might have even been the car he won the Gold Coast Surfers Paradise IndyCar race in, I think. But that really is neither here nor there. It's not even here this year. So
exactly.
Quite literally not here, just there. As far as that goes. But our point stands. You got to come check it out. PRI is super, super cool, and it's wonderful to see how over the years they've welcomed the esports side of the industry in at an increasing level, which goes to show just what a big part of motorsports now the sim part is, whether it's dedicated sim racing for its own sake or using simulation in preparation for real-world racing. There's such a crossover these days.
Well, and it's a crossover in multiple lanes, I think, when you talk about that. When you talk about simulators like ACC, that the mechanics can come in and start to get an idea of, okay, what's going to work better here? Let me adjust this settings, do some suspension tweakings, this, that, and the other, see how that's going to play to get an idea of a good baseline to come in. As you mentioned, drivers coming in. You never want to rely too much on a simulator to run because the track is going to feel wildly different than it will, and you often hear drivers talk about the seat of the pants feel that you get in a car and that you really can't emulate that in any way, shape, or form. But what it can do is allow you to learn the track. Come in and say, okay, well, shade might be a little bit different, trees might have shifted around, but I know where the 100-meter board is, and I know I need to brake coming into there, so I'm going to learn my braking zones as a result of that. And then the other part of it is, the other two sides, one for what we do, commentating, to be able to learn the track. It gives us more information to be able to come out and talk about. And then as a fan, I actually find that when you go to a race, to be able to come in and talk about a track having run it previously, you're a more educated fan. You know more of what's going on. You have a better understanding of what it is and a better appreciation of that race.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a different perspective when you're watching the race on TV or calling the race as we do. If you've been in that virtual driver's seat, you can empathize with what the drivers are going through. You can kind of speculate on what may have led to a certain outcome. I think, too, it opens the door of motorsports to more people. You introduce them to the sport in a way that you're not just a passive spectator, you're an active participant. And I think that's one thing that motorsports has going for it in the esports realm that most other sports just don't, is what you do in the simulator. It more or less translates to what the real drivers are doing in the real car. It gives you a real appreciation in a way that playing Madden just doesn't let you know what it feels like to be an NFL quarterback.
I mean, I've seen the size of NFL linebackers. I don't want to play quarterback.
Right.
I'm also terrible at Madden, so both of those are non-exclusive. But you can see some live pictures here of our practice session. Eli Singh leading the way over Philip Bouchard, McKinsey, Pulisic, and Moning, your top 5 here at the moment. We're not going to read too much into these times, as really only 3 drivers have set down times here at this point, and it's really all about learning the car, learning this feel for what we're going to be experiencing here, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and plenty of time. As you can see, still nearly 2 hours on the clock here in this practice session. So lots of time for the racers to get comfortable, test some things out. One thing I'm noticing that I think is very interesting is the time in game, 6:36. That tells me, are we having a night race?
We very well might be, which, as we know from multiple instances, the Indy 8-hour is a night race. It runs from midday into the night, the only time that a series has run into the night at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that consistently does so, and the first time that it ever did as well. I know a couple years ago when we officially made that and made it into a night race, you and I both got to experience that, and kind of feeling the gravitas and the history of that, going, nobody's ever done this before. This is cool.
Yeah, not on the big track. I do think, just because I'm a pedantic person,
yes,
there is the short track, and they do the BC39 dirt track race in the infield. But on the big track, certainly nothing has ever gone into the darkness, and it's amazing to watch the GT cars go around this place in the darkness, because unlike a track like Daytona, which you would think might have some similarities, being kind of a part oval, part infield road course layout, Daytona's got tons of artificial lighting. Indianapolis does not, and you're really using the headlights to illuminate your way around. It's very, very cool when you get into that final hour and a half or so, into the twilight and then into pure darkness, and the way that the race totally evolves at that point.
Well, and it's one of the big talking points, and it's something that we're going to have to take into consideration if this is indeed going to go into the night. One of the big talking points that we always think about during the course of the Indy 8-hour is, what are the cars set up for? You may have a car that looks very strong early on, but then as things go along, you may have a car that's not nearly as effective. And so you're going to have to kind of play that back and forth a little bit and see what it will do in terms of that setup and that way to push forward. Continuing to watch here, these drivers get themselves together. It looks like McKinsey's been able to jump up into second place in that Acura NSX. And for folks watching at home, as well as folks who are here, you will notice that it is officially badged as a Honda here in the simulator. This is the obligatory note that we always have to give. Yes, that car is a Honda outside of the North American market. However, here in North America, it is a Acura. That is what it is branded as. That is what it is. So we will be referring to it as an Acura, despite the fact that it is branded here in sim as a Honda. That is because this sim, ACC, works for all around the world, and they are obviously based in Italy with Kuno Simulation.
Yeah, so the North American and the Chinese market actually really? I believe it's branded as an Acura, if I'm remembering this correctly. So that's always good to point out. We do know the difference between the Honda and the Acura logos, but because we're here in Indianapolis, we're going to refer to the car as it has run in SRO America over the years as the Acura. A little long in the tooth at this stage. I mean, this car debuted in 2018 and has gone through a couple of different Evo iterations, but they've really locked into something here where it's proven to be a platform that is fast for the pros, increasingly more comfortable for gentleman drivers to jump in and go fast in as well. And one thing with this car, it has always been a rocket ship in the rain.
Yep.
Even back to the original version back in 2018. For whatever reason, this car has always excelled in wet conditions. I assume that would transition over to the sim as well. And
it does indeed.
Okay, so I don't know that we've got rain in the forecast, but the rain model in ACC is a ton of fun.
It is fantastic. Beautifully modeled, beautifully taken care of. It is pixel perfect, as we like to call it. And yeah, I have to agree with you what you said about that Acura NSX. We've seen it competed in the last couple of years to great effect by Racers Edge Motorsports. Was particularly pleased last year seeing Zach Veach jumping on into that car. Really, really good stuff. They worked their way up and forward a little bit. They weren't necessarily as strong as Zach Veach and Luca Mars in the beginning. But in talking to Zach and in talking to Luca, the more time they spent in the car, the more they understood it, the better it was. And by the time of the Indy 8 Hour, they were up in contention for a while.
They certainly were. That car, or that team, I should say, really, they put the deal together very, very late. And they did next to no testing over the course of the year, where much of their opposition was spending quite a bit of time testing. So they were on the back foot. They were doing their testing on the race weekend, which is not an ideal scenario, of course. But that said, I thought Luca Mars might have been the star of the Indy 8 Hour. The way he was mixing it up with some massive names in GT racing, factory drivers from other manufacturers, and he was right there stuck in amongst them and holding his own, despite the fact his GT3 experience was practically nil coming into this season.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat with him shortly after the race, and I kind of went up to him and just went, dude, those stints, and he just grinned, and he went, yeah, that was really good.
There were two Lucas in the top 5 of this race, and it was not a surprise to see Luca Stoltz there,
right? But
to see Luca Mars that early in his racing career right there in the mix, I thought was really remarkable, and thought he did a great job. But it's a super cool car, like I said, multiple generations of the NSX. This Evo that you see modeled in the game, I believe, is the Evo 22 version that, as the name would imply, debuted in 2022. 3.5-liter V6 twin turbo that makes roughly 550 horsepower, depending on the balance of performance, of course. Just a really awesome vehicle. I think it just ran wide there.
It did.
But fantastic race car. Looks cool. And one of the things that's neat about it, too, it was now one of several, but at the time it was the first where the road version of the car actually had a hybrid component that had to come out to go GT3 racing. Now the Ferrari 296 is that way. I believe the upcoming Lamborghini GT3 offering is going to be that way as well. So kind of on the cutting edge of GT3 racing when it debuted.
Well, another interesting thing about that car and the sort of removals they had to do is, I believe in base stock form, it's also a 4-wheel drive car.
Yeah, that's right.
And they had to change it back into a rear-wheel drive to make it GT3 compatible.
Not the first Acura to race in the SRO America paddock that was converted from 4-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive. There was a TLX that Peter Cunningham and his real-time racing team used to great effect in like 15, 16, 17, in roughly that range. And that car actually has had great success at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb as well. So actually, I think I might have misspoke. I think the NSX must have debuted in 17. And then there were subsequent Evos after that. Anyway, off in the weeds, but that's just to clear that up.
Yeah, and speaking of new and upcoming cars, you mentioned the new Lamborghini that will be coming out here. I believe it is headed out onto the track in short order. I think is it next year when it's supposed
so not
to
25, but 26.
Is it 26?
Yes,
Okay.
is the new model Huracan, or not Huracan, but Lamborghini GT3 car. The name escapes me, but yeah, really excited to see what's next for them. Lamborghini has really built an amazing motorsports program in a short amount of time. If you think back more than 10, 12 years ago, they really did not have a motorsports arm. Every once in a while you would see a privateer Gallardo or something run, or Ryder Engineering did some work on some Lamborghinis over the years, but nothing that was truly a factory program, and that changed with Squadra Corsa when it was launched by, at the time, their motorsports boss, Giorgio Sana, and from the GT3 ranks into their sprawling Lamborghini Super Trofeo, single make racing, all the way up to prototype racing now. It's amazing what they have built, and for a brand that has a lot of street car, supercar heritage, but not a lot of racing heritage, all of a sudden they have become one of the leading manufacturers in the GT racing and sports car racing space.
Well, and also when we compare it to a lot of these other manufacturers, whether it be Mercedes AMG, whether it's BMW or Porsche or Ferrari, a relatively young brand as well. They weren't around as long as most people would imagine that they would be. They dabbled a little bit here and there with some engines that they would put into, specifically into, I believe, Formula cars here and there. But yeah, a very young racing brand and a very young brand. I mean, most of these other brands that they're competing against that they are able to beat here and there, you're talking about cars that are brands that have been around for 100 years.
Right, yes, so they are the relative upstart, the new kid on the block, and it's the Temerario is the next model of GT3 car coming from Lamborghini. They're expecting to start on-track testing in the summer of 25, so we're not that far away from some of those first spy shots emerging, and that's always fun. Yes, You're left to speculate about what it really looks like, what's really under the hood, and yeah, really excited to see what's next.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they are able to do. Let's talk here as we take a look at, that's Michael Moning there for ST Racing Esports. A new car here onto the sim, new as of 2024. That's the Ford Mustang. Yeah,
love it. Love seeing American muscle really represented now in the GT3 ranks. You've had Corvette sort of over the years with the Callaway Corvette that's, been GT3 homologated but not been a factory effort. That's all changed now with the C8 iteration GT3 car that debuted this year, and then of course this Ford Mustang. So cool to have Chevy and representing GM, and then the Mustang representing Ford going head to head as they've done all over the world over the years, right? And to see that battle resume in GT racing, whether it's in the sim or whether it's at the real racetrack.
I just saw a wonderful documentary on the flight over to Indianapolis, Ford versus Holden, all about the battle in Australia and that exact sparring in between the two, Holden, of course, being a GM brand. But yeah, we haven't, unfortunately, had the chance to really see one of these Mustangs in GT3 competition here in SRO Motorsports Group America. We'll have to see what 2025 holds. We've heard some rumors that there may be one, and they are sweet-looking cars. I mean, they're a muscle car, but they also have got some good speed through the corner.
We did get to see one racing in GT World Challenge Europe this year. Proton Competition ended up running a car, and I'll tell you, I got to work the 24 hours of Spa this year.
Very jealous, by the way.
Yeah, well, I would recommend it to anybody, just to make a quick sidetrack here, and I think we've got the time for it.
I think we might.
Everyone knows Daytona, everyone knows Le Mans, but you have to put the 24 hours of Spa on the bucket list if you are an endurance racing fan. It is an all GT3 race, so you're talking upper reaches of the 60s, sometimes into the 70s of GT cars, GT3 cars, all tearing up the hill on that first lap. And I've got a video of the start of the race, and from the first car to come through to the last one, I mean, it's like a good minute and 20 seconds of just raw GT3 awesomeness. It is so, so cool. great drivers there, great teams there, and we had the Mustang there. John Watson, who just hung up the headset here recently, but he's been on the GT World Challenge Europe broadcast for years. I mean, he was the biggest fanboy of the Mustang, which made me, as an American over there, very, very proud that the Europeans seem to enjoy it as much as I did. And yeah, it is such a cool car, like you said. A 5.4-liter Coyote V8 engine, naturally aspirated because, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just
turbocharged in Mustang just doesn't sound right.
it is absolutely phenomenal. And that engine, by the way, developed by the fine folks at M-Sport that have done a lot of the tuning for Ford in rally racing over the years. So they've got a really good group behind them. Multimatic, very much involved in the development and running the car here stateside. And as usual, with a brand new program, it went through its fair share of issues at the very beginning, but that's why you go racing. You go racing to figure out where the weak points are and to make improvements. And by the end of the year, all around the world, wherever the Mustang was racing, it was having some success.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful car to see, and also a GT4 model as well that we can potentially see coming out as another one to be able to work its way on in. We've seen that one a couple of times, although I believe it was the previous generation. It's not the Dark Horse that is out that we normally see like this that ran in GT4 with us. I believe it was a previous gen.
That's a good question. I'd have to think about that, but I do know that new generation is certainly going to have more and more customers as the years go by, and it's again, much like its GT3 cousin, right? I mean, it is a proper piece of kit, and it looks and it sounds like a Mustang should, so what's not to love?
Exactly. Well, we talked a little bit about one side of American muscle. Let's talk a little bit about the other, because we've got to talk about the champs this year from Fanatec GT World Challenge America in the pro category. DXDT Racing in their Chevrolet Corvette. We've got a model of it out here to be able to take a look at if you're in the PRI space, but that car, it looks good, it sounds good, and it goes like the clappers.
Yeah, what an amazing piece of kit, right? The Z06 GT3R, 5.5-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine, again, as you'd expect from a Corvette. And it took a little while to make its debut in SRO America. We saw a Pro-Am entry starting at Sebring. The Pro entry started at Circuit of the Americas. And that Pro entry was undefeated in every 90-minute traditional, let's say, race this season. Came up a little bit short at Indy. They were going for that championship despite the fact they missed the beginning, just barely missed out on it, but we're certainly very much in the mix, and it's awesome to have that car here representing DXDT, representing the Chevy brand, and I mean, what a remarkable season they had. The first win for that car globally happened in SRO America competition at Circuit of the Americas.
And it was a big question mark, and I want to give credit to that team, because every single race they kind of went in and said, think we're going to do well, but we're not sure. There were a lot of unknowns going in to each and every circuit, because credit to SRO Motorsports Group America, we do go to a variety of circuits, whether it's Barber Motorsports Park, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Road America, Sebring, all of these places that have different tests for the cars. They weren't really sure how it was going to go, and it seemed like every time they rolled up, they were up front.
It's what made their run so impressive, is they were not always the fastest, but their execution throughout the course of their season was pretty much unparalleled, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they rattled off 10 consecutive wins, I think it was, from Circuit of the Americas in May all the way in through Sebring and in Barber in the build-up to the Indy 8 Hour, and had a chance to go for a championship despite missing the first 4 races of the year. But, you know, when push came to shove, they executed, they didn't make mistakes in the pits, and they had a great driver lineup. You had Alec Udell, who I think this year really got to display his talent. I've thought a lot of him for many, many years, but he never had been in that high-profile situation until this year. And as the mandated silver in the lineup, I think he really shined and probably established himself as the top silver driver in that pro class. And then when you've got the guy who did all the development driving on the car, Tommy Milner, Corvette factory driver, to complete the lineup, you know you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, exactly. Does a pretty good job. And let's also talk about, I believe it was Road America Luca, and I'm blanking on the young man's name, the rookie that they were able to put into the car, but that was very special because along with Brian Sellers, they were able to get a back-to-back, a 1-2 punch, as it were, with DXDT. They won the Pro-Am as well as the Pro division. It was very, very impressive, and it was very special to be able to see them do that.
Bryson Morris.
Bryson, that was it.
Yeah,
yes.
he was really impressive. Another guy, kind of, we were talking about Luca earlier, Luca Mars, and how impressive he was with limited GT3 experience, but Bryson as well kind of stepped right into this and looked right at home right away. Road America showcased what they were capable of, and then by the next time out at Barber, they were really strong, running up at the front, winning races in class, along with Brian Sellers, who, by the way, has stepped into a team management role with DXDT, which is super cool. Hate to see him step out of the cockpit.
Yeah.
I think he still had a lot of good years in front of him if he had elected to go that route, but he's someone who can bring so much experience, decades of experience behind the wheel with a lot of big teams and big programs, and help them in a leadership role with DXDT.
Yeah, I'm going to be very disappointed to not see him on the grid necessarily, but I'm going to be very excited to still continue to see him in the paddock because he is one of those guys that you always want to chat with anytime you are out and about at a race. But great stuff from DXDT this year. Absolutely fantastic. And, being the customer supplier and the primary customer for SRO Motorsports Group of those Chevrolet Corvettes, really great to be able to see. We love seeing those different new brands coming on in. We obviously had the big unveiling of all of that back in 2023 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they came true on that promise.
Yep.
And it was remarkable.
Well, I'd say it was a big vote of confidence from General Motors to maybe select is the wrong word, because it is a business transaction, it is customer racing, but they weren't going to have just anybody represent them on the SRO America stage. And for DXDT, which had some good results, but I wouldn't say it ever had just a standout year to be the team that was identified, I would say I was maybe a little bit surprised when that announcement was made at Indy in 2023. But any questions were immediately put to rest. They did a ton of work in preparation, lots of testing, lots of sim work, back to that crossover we've been talking about throughout the day. And they turned up and were absolutely ready for the challenge, as we've talked about. They started off very, very strong at Sebring with the Pro-Am car, and then running two cars starting at Circuit of the Americas, all the wins that they had. And then back to the execution we talked about earlier. They were picture perfect, absolutely flawless. And I know that other teams within the Corvette racing umbrella were kind of taking notes and learning from what DXDT is doing, which is the ultimate praise when your peers are looking at what you're doing and saying, hey, we need to replicate that. Yeah, imitation is the highest form of flattery, and really and truly was for them. Taking a look here at our live timing in practice number 1 for the day. Jaid Hutchinson leading way over Moning, Ethan Oring, Alex Ellis, and Lozano. Your top 5, Cameron Martineau in 6th place. Interesting to see those Fords up at the top. Not necessarily altogether unsurprising. Indianapolis tends to be known as a little bit of a power circuit. There's a lot of straight lines there, and as you can imagine, that naturally aspirated Ford engine really going to come to bear here. But looking down through the order here, it's pretty dispersed in terms of makes and models. We've got 2 Fords, and then a Lamborghini, McLaren, Ferrari, BMW, Audi, Acura, and then we start to repeat a little bit, but that's what you love to see from GT Racing. It is interesting, though. Those 2 Fords are really in a zip code of their own, within 78 thousandths of a second of one another, but a second up on the next closest car, with Oring there in 3rd. So this tells me one of 2 things. Either the Ford is the package to have, but that seems unlikely. I think usually everything's in a pretty tight window. The alternate theory would be that perhaps the Fords have gone out and done a qualifying sim. Maybe they've done a low tank run, and that could account for their advantage over the rest of the field. That said, Whitehead just jumped up into 3rd with the NSX and is more or less in the ballpark now, 7/10ths back of the top two, so at least within the same second. So that is a big improvement there, and nice to see Honda flexing its muscle on a racetrack where it's had no shortage of success over the years.
True. That is very true. More traditionally on the left turning portions of the circuit. But nevertheless, Luke Whitehead, one of those names to watch out for. He is going to be very, very interesting, and one that we certainly had circled when we saw him be able to come on in. As right now, Nicholas Sudik making his way around in one of the BMWs. Nicholas currently back in 13th position as he runs. And I'm not sure. I know you're looking it up, and I'm doing the math to see they may be the most winning manufacturer.
They are, if you think about a pure street car company engine manufacturer. So Honda, 15 Indy 500 wins, all since 2004. I mean, that's pretty amazing when you think about that. The only two with more, Offenhauser, which was a bespoke racing engine, and they were racing as early. I mean, their first win was 1935, and they continued to race turbo Offies well into the late 70s. And then Miller, which actually is the predecessor of the Offenhauser, that had a lot of success in the 20s and into the 30s with 12 wins. I'm not sure anyone's touching Offie with 27 wins anytime soon, but Honda sitting there. Hey, actually, you know what? This chart is out of order. Honda would be second. They have passed Miller. Miller's listed ahead of them.
Well, I wonder if that's because Offenhauser was a offshoot of Miller.
I don't know. It's a good question. But, I mean, I think they would be considered different. But nevertheless, but then we talk about Ford with a representation here in GT racing. Ford with 8 Indy 500 wins, usually in partnership with Cosworth. Chevrolet, of course, represented with the Corvette, but they've had 11 wins. Plus, you've got Gaston Chevrolet, one of the founders of the Chevrolet brand. He is a race winner at the Indy 500, not in a Chevy, though.
No.
In a Frontenac, but that's...
I got to debut his car this year.
Did you?
Yeah, I think it was that one. Yeah, it was. That was 32, I want to say.
That would be about right.
They had the Frontenac out.
Okay.
And I got to do a little preview for it.
That's
awesome. It was pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah, I want to say Jimmy Johnson was driving it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
So that's just a little link between some of the sports car world and the Indy 500, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A lot of the same manufacturers have been involved. We have had Ferrari entries in the past, although it's been a really long time, over half a century, and it really isn't part of their sterling resume, I think it's safe to say. One of the few things that hasn't gone well, and actually you could probably say the same for Porsche, when they turned up with an IndyCar engine in the late 80s and early 90s and never quite found ultimate success. Did win one race at Mid-Ohio with Teo Fabi in a March chassis, but again, we're off into the weeds. We promised you nerdy
and here
Indianapolis Motor Speedway talk, and we delivered.
This is what happens when you get two Hoosiers that are obsessed with racing together and put them in front of microphones. But right now, as we continue to look at those charts, a couple of names that surprised me. Phil Bouchard, one of the drivers that was successful last year at this event. Bouchard down in 8th right now. Maybe looking for a little bit more speed there. Still in pit lane. Don't know how many laps he's been able to do. Cameron Martineau, another one that I'd suspect to be a little bit farther up the order. But again, we've got plenty of time here to be able to sort ourselves out.
Well, no name that jumps out to me, Alex Ellis there in 5th. Real world racer, of course. Did a handful of races in Pirelli GT4 America this year at Barber Motorsports Park, and I was chatting with him a little bit ahead of this, and he said he doesn't have a whole lot of time in ACC, so he was downplaying his chances, but Alex is 5th fastest so far.
Listen, it's like riding a bike. It doesn't matter what sim you're running in. There are little nuances that you can take, but you're still going to be, if you're fast in one, you're going to be fast in another. There's no question.
And he's fast in the real car, too, as we
yes,
saw.
He is.
Really a star of that race weekend. It was a cool opportunity for him. He'd been out of a race seat for a decade or so at that point, and to get the call up to hop aboard a Porsche Cayman and showed what he was capable of, and hopefully that leads to more opportunities for him. But very involved in the coaching scene and in esports as well. That's where you know him from, right?
Yes, he has competed in a couple of series that I have called, including the Porsche Esports Canada events that have gone on the past couple of years. A very, very fast driver in all of those. So he is always one to keep an eye out for. But some other things to keep an eye out for here today. We've got some interviews coming up here in a little bit. You're going to be sitting down with James Clay,
yes,
I believe, about around here shortly. As that'll be happening here relatively soon. I also believe Tyler McQuarrie is going to be stepping up and chatting with us a little bit later. We've got a couple, so it's great. We've got a whole day of activity here for SRO Motorsports Group America.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. Great chance to chat with James, who is a two-time Pirelli GT4 America M-Class champion, also has a touring car championship on the resume, and has been in this game for a long, long time. First started racing in this paddock back in the World Challenge days in 2002, and his team, that Pimper World team, just stalwarts within the BMW tuner community and then as well as the racing community. They've been BMW customers for 20-plus years.
Yeah, and runs it across the board, really and truly across the board when we talk about BMWs. A big player in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yes.
He's gone out and run multiple times. I kind of surprised him on the top of the mountain 2 years ago that he got up to the top and went, "What are you doing here?" Which was kind of a fun little interaction for us to have.
Well, now it's my turn to say I'm jealous. I've never been able to get to Pikes Peak. I've had a couple of opportunities, and I have always been busy that weekend.
Yep.
That is way up there on my list. I mean, literally and figuratively.
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
way up there,
Well,
as you could attest.
We mentioned Kyle Heyer earlier.
Yeah.
Kyle has anchored it the past 2 years. Let me just say, he has the cush job.
Yeah.
He has the job that you sit down there, kind of like us, and just talk through the day and talk the cars going up. I had the less fun job that was sitting up at 14,000 feet at 2 in the morning.
Talk about, too, the change in climate that
Right.
you go through that day. Because your day does start that early, and it is cold.
Oh.
But by the afternoon, it's pretty toasty.
At 14,000 feet, it was still pretty
Still
cold.
pretty cold? Okay. All right.
But no, and you know, you have oxygen. That you are above the dead zone. You
Yep.
are in that area, and so that is a very special event. And if you've never had a chance to go out and do that, highly recommend it. It reminded me of Indianapolis in terms of the loyalty of the fan base, the fervor of the fan base, and the people that kind of went, "This is our event."
I mean, it is probably what the local community is known for best,
Yeah.
right? And what's neat, I think, about that is, and we're way off piste here, but, you know, this is what we get when you bring us together.
Exactly.
The way that event has gone through so many iterations. I mean, in the early years, it was kind of jalopies and whatever you could build, you would bring and see what happened, into an era where it actually was part of what is now the IndyCar Championship, at the time the USAC Championship Trail, or even AAA Championship Racing, that paid points towards the national championship. And people would bring their dirt cars, their dirt Indy cars, and they would run up the hill, and you'd get your, the Unser family made their name going up Unser's Hill, as it's called, because of all their success there. Then it started to get paved in portions, and then you start to see some of the WRC Group B cars come over, things like this, and that was a time when those cars ruled the roost. And now it's totally paved, and you start to see sports cars. It's now
they've got a whole class for Porsche Caymans.
Exactly.
For the 718s.
And the SRO does the BOP for some of their sports car stuff there as well. I mean, it is amazing to see how the event has evolved with the motorsports industry, and right now, its ties to GT racing, sports car racing, have never been stronger.
No, they certainly haven't, and it is remarkable, and it is wonderful to be able to see as they continue to grow and continue to build everything out. And it's really what is so fantastic about motorsports as a whole is, yes, it has gotten so big over the last couple of years, but it's all interlinked, and it's all rising tide raises all ships.
I certainly believe in that. Do you know how this is? A little peek behind the curtain.
Yeah,
We've got our some of our guests here, but I'm not entirely sure what the format of this is going to be, if they're popping up here or if we're taking this someplace else. So hopefully somebody will let us know what the plan is. And thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah, I see the powers that be huddling behind us. There we got the look of acknowledgement that they heard us.
Gotta love live TV, streaming, whatever. You make it up as you go along.
It's absolutely wonderful. No, it's great to be able to see, and it's fun. And it's one of the things I love about motorsports is you develop a quirky little family like this, and it's just great to be a part of it.
Well, cool to see James Clay here, one of his drivers from the last handful of years. Tyler McQuarrie, he's here too. Our buddy Joe Peak is here.
Hey!
Oh my goodness. This is some esports broadcasting royalty. I'm surrounded. I've got the DJ Clark and Joe Peak, Kyle Heyer. What am I doing here?
You're the one that brought us into the real world, so.
Do what we can.
Yeah.
Sharing the love. It does look like it is rapidly getting dark here in the virtual world.
It does indeed. I think, though, here at this point, we're going to invite Mr. Clay up to join you for a little conversation here.
Fantastic.
I will hand over the headset, so if you hear a ka-thunk, I apologize.
Ford still 1-2 here in our free practice. James will not like that the top BMW is down in 10th, but hey, welcome.
Thanks, man.
Great to have you here. Great to catch up. How's the off season been for you?
Off season? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, you're telling me. I agree. So tell folks, when you're not at the racetrack, what's keeping you busy?
Well, I just got back from Germany, so we got to go to BMW for the Customer Racing Awards, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hung out in Munich for a few days, and now at the PRI show. So we have some other businesses in the racing industry. So we're here with Lifeline. And that's fire and safety systems, and we're, of course, in a lot of the cars that we have on our grids and a lot of cars in the racing world. So that's been the last couple of weeks, and then, just catching up on life that you missed during racing, getting ready for the next race season. We've got new cars coming, so that's exciting. I don't know. I haven't caught my breath to really recap and put together my bullet points of what I am doing or what I have done, but I know it's been busy.
I can tell, absolutely, and that all sounds exciting. Let's talk about what you did in Munich, though, with BMW. You've been partners with them for 20-plus years at this stage, right? Whether it's on the tuner street side or on the racing side.
Right.
So take us through that relationship with BMW, how it got started, and what it looks like today.
Well, it got started because we started racing BMW, so that was a good thing. But that was back in the late 90s, and that was really before customer racing was a thing. Before BMW built customer cars, they had some of the touring cars at that time and so forth, but it really wasn't widely available. So I think the kind of the advent of the BMW customer racing program was when that M235 came out. It was, of course, a fantastic TC car. Ran a season or two in that myself, which was a lot of fun. But
championship in 2020, or that was in the next version of it, right? The 240.
Well, same car.
Right.
It's like the Evo
slight
package
upgrade.
of the car, exactly. So championship in that thing, which was a ton of fun and just great close racing in that car. But that was kind of the start of the BMW customer program and building, not just a few cars, but lots of cars and putting them in customers' hands. And of course, as cars have gotten more technical, you really kind of need that factory support to build and develop cars. To me, that's what makes racing sustainable. We can just no longer build the cars ourselves like we used to do back in the day. The technology that we have to integrate with from the factory, it's a lot.
Do you miss those days of being able to race your home-built product?
I miss some things about it. I miss the engineering, the development that we did at a very high level and across the whole car. That was a lot of fun. I don't miss some of the bruises that we got in the process, because you have your own engine program and and of course in those days it was we were making the same power or close to that we're making now with a big turbo motor with just this high revving screamer that we had an engine program to build ourselves. So I think our crew is much happier. These days, we just have fantastic cars from BMW. They just always work so well, and I think it's also put I think it's made racing better for the fans because it's kind of put everybody in a little bit tighter box.
Yeah.
And of course, that's what makes good racing.
It makes my job a little more fun too when everyone's close together. Where did the brand affinity for BMW start with you?
I wanted to go to the track, and it was going to be a German car because I liked the way they were put together and easy to work on because I was working on cars a lot myself at the time. And I had a friend with a BMW, and he kind of pulled me into the fold a little bit, and that's where it started. So it really started with me, and that was before a company. That's before we had Bimmerworld. And Bimmerworld kind of grew out of that and grew out of my love for BMWs and for having cars on track. So, yeah, it was just the choice I made back in the day. It wasn't strategic. It was just what I fell into and went from there.
Yeah, and now here you are all these years later, and
Right.
your name is synonymous with BMW and Bimmerworld, based in what, Blacksburg, Virginia, or that area?
That's where I live.
Okay.
The company itself is based in Dublin, Virginia, just
Okay.
right down the road.
Yeah, cool part of the world for
Yeah.
sure. And you got good, I would imagine, a good resource with Virginia Tech being right there. There's probably a lot of people, young talent that you could tap into.
Absolutely. They have engineering peeps. We've got Pulaski County is where our business is located, and the county's been fantastic with supplying us people and even integrating with the education system in our county to be able to groom talent for jobs, for career paths, and ideally for us.
And James Clay, our guest here at the PRI SRO Motorsports America Esports Arena, the Sim Racing Arena. I mean, this is amazing. Could you have dreamed this up, when you were starting in racing? Maybe there were some of those early papyrus games that you could
Right.
kind of play
Right.
to simulate what it's like to be a racing driver. But it's amazing what a tool this is now for everyone in motorsports.
This is amazing. I'll tell you, Tyler McQuarrie, my teammate, and I walked down here, and I didn't know this was here. And so, and I've seen some of the sim machines in the main hall at PRI. But to walk here, and we were late, and I apologize for that. But,
It's all right.
So, but to come through the doors here and just see what this thing is, and I haven't really gotten to dig through, but watching everybody race just here as I was waiting, this is amazing. So yeah, amazing training tool, but it's not just a training tool; it's kind of its own thing too, and it's really cool to see it at this level. This is exciting.
Do you see, when you're working with young drivers, are they more prepared today than they would have been 20 years ago? Things like racecraft, which I would think would transition right from the
Yes.
sim to real world, yeah?
Right. There's I think a lot of people look at sim racing and say, okay, I'll do this, and I'm not a sim racer, but it tells me where the track is. It tells me when I need to brake for important turns and so forth. So it kind of takes off the rough edges of learning something. But I think especially for young racers, for people coming into it that do invest the time, racecraft is hard to learn. Racecraft is really
And it can
hard to
be
learn.
expensive to learn.
It could be, and it usually is when
Right.
it's on the track, right?
Right.
And, expensive in whatever way, right? Expensive in damage or expensive in the cost of, whatever your investment is for the season or for a race, or, and having a result that's like, that was a great move. I wish I'd seen that one before. It's always, racecraft is something you always learn the hard way. And just like racing and damaging things, the racecraft itself, the hard way when it's in esports isn't that hard.
Right.
It's a very, very cool tool for that, I think.
Definitely. Well, let's talk a bit about the last few seasons that you've had. Maybe we should start with 2022 and 2023. Those are probably happier
Let's start
memories
there.
for you, with back-to-back AM-class championships in Pirelli GT4 America, and getting to do it with a friend. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was having more fun than you and Charlie over the last few seasons.
Yeah, we have a good time, and that was really special to be able to join with him and to have that couple of years. Last year, 2024, this year, I suppose, obviously not quite as good, but still, what takes the edge off of those challenging weekends is being able to do that with a friend and being able to do, maybe you don't have the best weekend or the best day. But when you're doing it with friends, and that's what our Bimmerworld team is, and our other car with James Walker Jr. and Tyler McQuarrie. I mean, we have a great time at the racetrack, and of course, we're not there to have a great time, but we make sure that we do, because at the end of the day, it's important.
And those seasons, the ones that you had those 2 years, they don't come that often. So to have them come back to back, to have that many wins, that much success, I mean, it speaks to the level of preparation from the team and on your end as well. But how much did you just have to step back and try and enjoy the moment? Because you've been in this game long enough to know that that is not normal.
Well, it's not normal, but the crazy part of it is with the support of the Bimmer World team and with having Charlie as a teammate, it started to feel normal, which is a weird spot to be in. And I really, it takes a season like 2024 to kind of look back and realize I should have maybe cherished those moments a little more. We were audacious enough to think that, 2 years, that was, it wasn't easy, but we were on a roll. Let's go ahead and do 3 in a row. and I also think that speaks to the level of competition within the SRO series and, of course, all the other teams and drivers that we drive against. And, obviously, after those 2 years, you have a little bit of a target on your back. And, there's some great teams.
Yeah.
So.
And I would suggest as well, maybe you didn't have Lady Luck on your side too much here in 2024.
Man, it was like every weekend, 2 races per weekend, and every weekend it was going to be a good race, and then something happened, and we got involved in somebody's mess, some mess rarely of our making, which I guess I'm proud of. Our team executed well. We talk about after events and then, of course, after the season. How did our team perform? And we had cars on track. We didn't have anything mechanical, anything that was preparation related, but maybe that almost makes it even a little bit harder when, because I don't believe in luck. Because I think you can make your own luck, you can work harder and you become luckier, but I think if you just say, well, that was bad luck, that's a bad habit because you're just dismissing a learning opportunity. But it was really hard to learn anything of value through the challenges we faced this year, which is really frustrating.
Well, you and Charlie, each of the last few years, you kept saying, "Oh, we're gonna bow out on a high. We're gonna be done after this one." Surely, you can't be done after the way 2024 went. You got to be back for another one, right?
Yeah, you would think that we still want that third. So it's driver lineup TBA, but. Okay. Yeah, I think we might race some cars next year.
Fantastic. Well, let's talk about what's to come next year because BMW doesn't stand still. And whether we're talking about GT3, GT4, or the touring car level, even on down to club level racing, they've got their tentacles out in just about everything. And some exciting things for 2025.
Yeah, for us, like I mentioned earlier, we're getting new cars. That doesn't mean a new model of car because it's still the same G82 that came out a couple of years ago. But we have our Evo package cars. And the cars are so good that it really didn't take much, but we have a couple of new things on the cars that will make them a little bit more reliable, a little bit more competitive. So that's going to be nice.
And was that based on feedback from customer teams like yours?
Yeah, absolutely. Customer feedback, and of course, we fill out reports. We work closely with BMW on any given race weekend, and we come up with things that it'd be nice if and so the Evo package is all of our ifs lined up in a brand new car.
Wow.
So
they answered all the requests, huh?
I think so. But again, BMW after they've started doing these customer cars and just pulling a number out of a hat, I'm going to call this the 6th or 7th customer version. Sure. They're getting really good at it, and so there weren't so many things that they had to rub on. The one big wish for us was the front splitter, and we get a new front splitter that's a little bit more robust and has some cool features to it. So
is that in reaction to a, let's say, rough and tumble atmosphere you might see in GT4 racing from time to time?
To some degree. So I will say that for long races and maybe like our 4-hour at COTA, or when we look globally at the 24-hour at the Ring, which is of course an SRO event, it's nice to be able to replace your bumper separate of replacing your splitter, and so that's one of the new features. And then when we look at for us, tracks like Sonoma, with the bump in turn 1 and bottoming out the car, when you have the splitter working properly, we just know that we're going to have to sacrifice a splitter every time we run there, which gets pretty expensive. And so now the new splitter is mounted with a suspension system.
Really?
So we can bottom out the car, bottom out the splitter, and not just burn through it. So,
That's really clever.
Yeah, super clever stuff. So yeah, good stuff from BMW, and we appreciate their effort on this.
Well, they're always thinking. They don't stop. That's why they've been so successful in this game for such a long time. You mentioned the 4-hour race at Circuit of the Americas. That was something that was new to GT4 America. It had been to the history of this paddock, a purely sprint-style format up to that point. What was your reaction to seeing an endurance-style race on the calendar, and does it have a spot in a sprint format championship?
I don't know. It's definitely different requirements for equipment to some degree, but we can overcome that. Definitely different requirements from the team. We've run a lot of endurance series races before, so we had all the equipment, but we also had a team that had done all those things. I do like the element of it. I'm aware that it's different enough that people are going to put the effort in to be good at that part of it, and it is a lot of effort for the one event per year. So I don't know. Personally, I enjoy the endurance races. I like the longer races. It adds to me a super cool element to it, and so I like it. Aware of the challenges of it, but we're doing it again next year, so it can't be all bad, right?
I guess not. I liked it. It was certainly a lot of fun from where we were sitting. Going back though to your history and your involvement in the SRO paddock back to the Speed Vision World Challenge days and probably even before. I mean, what made this a destination for you, and what's kept you around?
Well, I'll tell you, when I first, we talked about getting into racing, and when I first got into racing, I remember a passing interest at that point, which was I was in school, college, and went out to the bars for the evening.
As one does.
As one does. And you come back at 2 a.m. and turn on the Speed channel, and of course, what's on? It's touring car racing. And I'm like, man, that's awesome. And so it was one of those things that first I was interested in, and then I pursued, and it was a goal to be in some sort of racing like that, and then suddenly I'm in that exact racing, which I thought was amazing, and had so much fun there. And it's great. In 2019, I think is when we started our TC team again. 2020 was my full season in that car in the championship, and that was really special. It was really great to be back in that environment and with that group. And of course, we've expanded and grown our program from there. And I like the environment here. And yeah, it's 20 years of pro racing as of last year. And so, this is a great place to be and continue that.
What's next for the team?
Well, I think more of the same. So, of course, first of all, we're moving. The biggest thing, we're not moving that far. We're moving like 5 miles down the road. But when I say we've been pro racing for 20 years, that means we have 20 years of all these old parts that we've accumulated because they're too valuable to let go.
Of course.
And so we're finding the depth of those parts. It's like the Ark of the Covenant storage area, and we're unpacking that and moving that 5 miles down the road. So it's tractor trailer after tractor trailer, just zooming this stuff back and forth. Amazing staff that we have, and I really appreciate their effort in getting all this stuff done, but we have to be moved by the end of the year.
Okay.
And so then we resettle in the new location, which is an old Walmart. So we have a little bit of space.
I should say.
So much room for activities. Yeah. And
lots of truck bays too, I would think.
We have some truck bays. The Lawn and Garden Center is now Transporter Center.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we're going to get through that, and then of course we have our racing plans for next year. We have new cars coming, and we're not sure when we're going to get those yet. But of course, as soon as we get those, we'll do the shakeouts and the testing, and then off to California and do it again, I guess.
Fantastic. Now, I know you guys have several long-term partners that have helped with the program, but am I correct that you've got a car here in support of Optima at PRI?
Absolutely. We had a car at SEMA in the Redline Oil booth, and this week we have a car in the Optima Batteries booth. Of course, they're a core partner. I've been with Optima. Well, I haven't been with Optima. I've used Optima products since the start of my racing career because I was a car stereo guy for a period of time. And, of course, Optima was kind of the gold standard there. Huh. And then, we found some value in that in touring cars when, we were running total loss ignitions at some point. So we were just running the car on the battery. But, Optima has always been the one that would get it done for the electrical system for me. We became more formal partners maybe a decade ago. And, yeah, it's great to be here with Car in their booth and supporting them.
Yeah, very cool, and great to have an SRO presence as well, and kind of that vendor display area, which is so cool. I love coming to this every year. It's kind of like Disneyland for the racing enthusiast, right? There's something for everybody. If you've got a racing interest of any description, it's probably represented here somewhere.
Absolutely. This is an amazing place to be. Unfortunately, I haven't really spent much time in this hall.
Okay.
So now that I'm here, now that I came to visit you guys, I am going to spend time here because I'm a kid in a candy store too. That's we're all into this stuff. So.
Well, I think we're going to turn you loose.
Okay.
So your job is done here. Thank you very much, James. Great to catch up as always.
Great to see you, and great to see you in the off season. It's
I know.
It's every race weekend, but this is cool. So
but to your point, what off season, right?
That's right.
From one thing to the next, and I'm already working on my notes for next year. So we'll be ready to rock and roll come Sonoma.
Awesome.
All right. Well, you can pop the headset off, and I think we'll bring DJ on back up here, and he's going to have a chat with one of your drivers, Tyler McQuarrie. So we'll try and do a little driver swap of our own.
Thanks, sir.
And we'll also continue to let you know what's going on here on the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway track. DJ's the man to do that, though.
Well, I don't know if I'm necessarily the person to be able to guide you through everything, but I can tell you that practice has just ended, and we move from one fantastic Bimmer World driver to another in the form of Tyler McQuarrie. Tyler, welcome, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
It's good to be here indeed. So let's take a minute here and talk about 2024. Pretty good season for you guys. Some ups, some downs, obviously, but how would you rate the season as a whole?
2024 was it was a good year. All in all, I think we have to be happy with it. Performance-wise, we were right there. We were oftentimes the top BMW. We were leading the championship for a bulk of the year. But we went into 2024 wanting the championship.
Yeah.
2023, we came into Indy the last round leading the championship and lost it by 1 point, which you can imagine was devastating for the whole team. So we went into 2024 with one goal, and was win the championship. And it was looking pretty good. And we had a couple of hiccups, some crashes that happened, and we were leading one race and got churned with a couple laps to go. Just you go back any season, you can look at some moments that really determine the year, and those low moments definitely determined our year. And we ended up third in the championship, so disappointing for sure. But some things that were out of our control, and that's just racing. That's how it goes. So you leave that and you go to 2025 and you're like, same goal, got to go win it.
Well, I mean, it is a testament, I think, to the team and the ethics and the ability that you guys have put together, that a third in the championship is a disappointing season. I mean, that's a testament to the dedication and the perseverance that you guys have.
100%. And when I first started working with James Walker Jr., his
Mike, a little bit closer to you there.
So when I was working with James Walker Jr. for the first time in 2023, his goal, he's like, I just want to be relevant going to the weekend, And so to go from being just relevant to being the car to beat, oftentimes, a lot of weekends, we were the car to beat, and definitely in the championship when you look at it, So to go from just wanting to be relevant to being the car to beat in the championship and always being in the championship hunt, you've got to be happy with that, And I know James was happy with that. His driving over the last couple of years has improved so much. I think he's just become, I personally think, one of the best dams out there in the field. If I can give him the car up front when he gets in with all the amps, he's gonna beat him. I'm super confident with him behind the wheel. So all in all, really happy. And like you said, it's a testament to the team that they can put a car on the track for us to go win races. And every weekend we have that ability. And it comes down to all the crew guys, the preparation. Preparation is everything. And the whole Bimmer World crew just puts together a really good program.
Well, looking ahead here, 2025 on the horizon. Feels very strange to say. It feels like 2024 should still be here. But what's everything looking for you and for the team?
2025 is looking very similar.
Okay.
James Walker Jr. and I will be back together running the Pro-Am class in the 82 BMW. We got an Evo kit coming out for the BMW, so little changes there. So we're going to do some preseason testing, get out there and try and fill some of the gaps that we want to be better in, some of those areas. So spend some time at that and just getting used to the newer car. And that same mindset. Go out and win the championship and, minimize mistakes. I think when you look at a championship, you can always have a bad race. Everyone gets a mulligan, I say, and you only get one mulligan. So we have these racetracks that we look back at the last couple of years that we need to, fix a few things and be a little more competitive, and hopefully the BOP will help us a little bit there. It's always a variable, right? But I think, just minimizing those mistakes so at the end of the year, we don't have to look back at like what we had this year. Those moments that we wanted to take back. And you don't need to go set the world on fire. You don't need to go win every event. You just need to be consistent. If you can be in the top 4 every single race, you're going to be there at the end, and be a contender for the championship. And so I've been lucky enough to win some championships, and James Walker Jr., he's been racing for a long time, but doesn't have a championship. And so I really want to go out this next year, 2025, and get that Pro-Am championship. I think it would be amazing, and he deserves it, and he's been super dedicated to this whole program. And so I think it would be awesome for him and the whole BIM World team, because like you said, we're right there all the time.
I love the way you in particular talk about your bronze driver. There's a real sense of compatriotism between the two of you, and almost I'm getting a little bit of a paternal vibe to it in the way that it goes. But tell me about that relationship and how it started, how it's grown, and what your experience has been, not just with Tyler individually, but working with other drivers in that capacity.
Yeah, I've been racing for 25 years, so I've had a lot of co-drivers, and, later in my career, the co-driver relationship has been more of a coach, so, taking these drivers and taking the intellectual property that I've gained over 25 years and
like
trying
that phrasing.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Because that's what it is, you have these pro drivers been racing for a long time, and that's really what it is, and trying to open that up to drivers that could use some help in different areas. And every weekend is a different task to when it comes to James in terms of getting him up to speed in certain areas. So working with James has been awesome. We've really become really good friends, and I think it's been super. One of the most fulfilling coaching jobs I've had is been working with him, because it's been a really good increase, and to the point where watching back some of the TV coverage and listening to the commentators talk about, wow, James Walker Jr. is just doing so awesome. And, I get just as much fulfillment as getting a fast lap as James does, watching him do it. It's super gratifying, super fulfilling. And so he's made it a really good experience. And like I said, we've become really, really close. And like Coda last year was a crazy win, but it wasn't just a win because that was his. And he came to me a couple months before Coda. He's like, I don't know if I can go to Coda. It's my daughter's graduation from high school. I'm like, and I'm a dad. Like, I get it. I'm just like, man, that sucks. On multiple levels, like we're going to be in the championship hunt. He's like, if we're in the championship hunt, I'm going. So we planned this whole thing, and he was looking at getting a helicopter, looking at getting airplanes, like looking at every possible scenario, win the race, or like if we can get him in first and then he leaves. Like, so we looked at all that, and it just came to that, he wasn't going to be able to leave. He was going to have to stay. So he's like, we talked with the whole family, everyone's cool with it, but we got to go win, and so that last 10, 15 minutes we were leading, right? And it's like, whenever you're leading a race towards the end, you start hearing all kinds of stuff. But there was something about that race and just the weight of everything around it like it was super emotional. Like he was sobbing. Like, I mean, just watching him, like how happy he was, and like we gave Shelby, his daughter, the trophy, and like, so it was awesome. And so I love the success with James, you know, and last year when we lost that championship by 1 point, I was not disappointed for myself. Like I wasn't pissed at all. I was pissed, but I was more upset for James.
Yeah.
You know, hands down. Like it wasn't about me, it was about him. And I think that's that role that we have, you know, with me trying to coach him to success, you know, and seeing him succeed on track is, like I said, super gratifying and almost just as good as when I succeed personally. So those low moments are tough, you know, so but I think that's a sign of our relationship, you know, and it's been a really good one, and we work really well together, and definitely enjoy our whole Bimmer World team, you know, the 36 with Charlie and James and myself and James Walker. We have so much fun at races. Like we really enjoy being around each other and just going out to dinner, and we get Airbnbs and just hang out with each other. So we're a little foursome. We like hanging out.
No, it's you guys are always. I can always count on the Bimmer World team, not only to be welcoming and gracious to us when, you know, we have a question or whatever, but you guys always just have a great attitude no matter what it is, and it is not unnoticed and it is appreciated. But
awesome.
I wanted to ask you, you know, so often we hear about the driver mentality that you have to have when you strap behind the wheel of the car and that sort of winner take all. Did you find that being a coach and taking this co-driver opportunity and in this mentor role, is that something that you have to sort of cognitively wheel back a little bit, or did it fade over time, or is it still there and you're just able to turn it on and off?
For B?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, I definitely... It's not just about you anymore. You know, it's about, you know, your co-driver and what you're trying to teach them, you know, so you got to be careful what you do. You got to practice what you preach kind of type thing, you know. So I've definitely caught myself needing to portray some of that stuff sometimes. But at the end of the day, when you're behind the wheel, I mean, it's go time, you know, and you know, the drivers that I'm going up against, they're all pros, you know, so you can't back down there at all. So, and I probably have had some moments definitely last year where it probably wasn't a good learning moment for James, or he could have looked at me and be like, hey.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, exactly. Because I am a super chill, laid-back kind of guy, but when I get behind the wheel, I mean, it's a flip of a switch.
Yeah.
You know, you got to go out there and get the job done. But yeah, there's definitely moments where you're having to make sure that you have your coaching hat on, for sure.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier, and I want to talk about it, obviously the Evo coming in this year. What is it like to experience, obviously you're a longtime BMW driver, you know the BMW platform very well. Is it a little bit like walking into a house that you grew up in and it's been redecorated and you're just kind of out of place a little bit? Is it an improvement that things go along with when these Evo kits, when these new cars come in? I'm curious about that transition from old to new.
You know, there's a couple layers to it. When you get a new platform like we did with the G82 compared to the F82, that's like getting a whole new house. You know, and it's basically you're getting to design this new house and all this new cool stuff that you would like in the new house. And so you get a whole new platform like that. It's a huge undertaking. Setups are all totally different. The way you drive the car is different, in a good way, though. When you get an Evo update, it's very small. It's like getting new windows. You know, it's very, very small, you know, little changes, some stuff that might have had issues on that first generation that came out. So the Evo is very easy to deal with, and it's a very small little change. And so that's what I'm anticipating this one will be. Maybe a little bit different feel and a little bit different for the engineers to deal with, but not a huge undertaking with the Evos.
Okay, well, obviously, we mentioned BMW, and they, I think, across the board had one of, if not the strongest GT4 package that we saw. What is the car like to drive compared to others around that you may have experienced? What is that sensory experience? What is the fingertip feel from the car?
I've been fortunate to drive a ton of GT4 cars. I spent a lot of time in the Audi R8 GT4, the Porsche. I've spent a lot of time in that, a couple seasons in that. And I feel like the BMW is the most forgiving car. The ergonomics of where you're sitting, driver placement, you're sitting on the rear axle. So if the driver sits way far back, so you feel all these little movements. And so I feel like it's a lot easier for a lot of a different variety of drivers to get in the car and be comfortable in it because you're on the back end of that slip angle. So it does a lot of things really, really well. It is one of the heavier cars, so it's a little bit slower movements, but I think they do a really good job to make that heavy car feel light. The braking ability is really good. It's been a really good thing for us to have and taking it away from some other GT4 cars. I love the platform. It's been a really, really good car because you go back and look at some of these other manufacturers and there's the negatives to those cars overweigh some of the stronger ones. Some of them are really tough to drive fast. So I feel like the BMW is real easy, especially if you have a good setup on the car, to just go sling the thing. Really comfortable to just go manhandle it, wring the neck of it. So, yeah.
I mean, it's clear.
Which I love.
Yeah. You got to have a little fun with it.
Oh, yeah.
What does a prep look like for you for a race weekend? So often, I think today, we're obviously here in the PRI Esports Arena. That is becoming a huge part of a lot of drivers' prep.
Yeah.
I'm curious for you. Do you use sims to prep? Is it onboards? How do you approach a race weekend?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the physical side, I'm doing a bunch of cardio. I ride bikes a lot, so I make sure I'm getting a lot of rides in. If we're going to somewhere it's going to be hot, I'll wait till it's the hottest point of my day where I'm at in California and go ride. Just to get comfortable with that heat and all of that. So on the cardio side, I'm working on that. I do use my sim quite a bit. Not as much as I would like, just with life's busy,
You and me both.
Yeah, exactly. I wish I could spend all day on them. They're addicting, that's for sure. But I definitely like getting on it. Even though, I've been racing for 25 years. These tracks that we're going to, I have thousands and thousands of laps on them. So it's not about learning tracks. For me, it's the mental approach.
Okay.
And for me, like every corner, every track you go to, every corner has these check marks, these mental. Like, I want to get right next to the curb here. I want to be right next to this cement, or there's this manhole cover over here or this tree. All these mental check marks that I'm going through and want to feel on the track. I can do the same thing on the sim.
Okay.
So I go out on the sim and just get laps in, and I'm going through these mental check marks that I want to see and feel every corner. When I get out on the track for practice, for P1 practice, I'm already warmed up, so I've already gone through that preparation. So the warm-up process is there, and I think repetition, the more you can have, the better. Now, if I didn't have time to jump on the sim, would it affect my weekend? Probably not, because I've been doing it for so long.
Right.
But I think, when you look at some other drivers that are new to the series and maybe don't have the laps that I have, that repetition on the sim is so valuable. So I wish I had this stuff when I was first getting into it. It was like, man, because I remember I raced in England in 1998 and I didn't know any of those tracks, and we didn't even have YouTube, so you couldn't even go find videos and stuff. So you literally had to just go feel it out, so to have what we have today, the assets of these sims, and it's amazing,
I fully agree with you. I mean, I go out to a track as a commentator, and name a track. Barber is a
Right.
prime example this
Right.
year that we went to for the first time in a long time. That I got there and I knew my way around
Right.
already because of the time I had spent on the sim, and I can only
Yeah.
imagine from behind the wheel how
That's
that
when I
translates.
spent a lot of time at the Barber one.
Yeah?
Because, I mean, I hadn't raced there since IMSA was there, like 2010-ish or something. Like it was like, oh, it was a long time.
Yeah.
And so it's been probably 10 years since I've raced there. So that's one where I was like, okay, I need to go get a bunch of laps here. And I think it totally helped.
Yeah.
And to your point, you know where the track's going, and for you to be able to know where the cars are going and what they're experiencing, it's important.
And in terms of translating that from the sim to the real seat, I've heard a lot of drivers talk about the seat of the pants. You don't get that sense in the sim. Do you have that same exchange, or are you able to kind of differentiate and use the sim for its specific purpose?
No, I can definitely get that. And I have just a fixed chassis. It's no motion. But I don't know if it's just I've been doing it for a long time, but I can get fully immersed and get the feel of the car and set up and just feel the tires and all of that in a fixed chassis, which is kind of crazy. So I and like James Walker Jr., he doesn't have a sim.
Okay.
He doesn't use one. I've tried to get him to get one, but he just can't, get that immersion that, some drivers can. But I think it's about this time. I told him, like, I guarantee you, if you get one and just spend some time on it, like, you'll feel it for sure. But if you jump on it for 5 minutes, you're not going to feel it. It takes time.
Well, and I mean, it's, and this is partially my excuse to my fiance of for me not working out as much as I should. But as you said, cardio does raise the heart rate a little bit. You do get a little bit. I don't know what your settings are like, but you do get a little bit of that workout in the arms that you're used to that motion, and that's such a weird muscle group to isolate. I feel like so.
Yeah, it definitely is all part of it. So yeah, the sim preparation before a race weekend is super important to me for sure. And even watch it. I'll go back and look at data before going to a race weekend, and then video. Video. You combine that with the sim prep, the data, the video, all of that, and you're ready to go.
Do you have any weird traditions, superstitions, anything like that coming into a race weekend?
Not really, but I definitely have like superstitions. I put everything like right glove goes on first, right shoe goes on first, all of that kind of stuff. I don't know why, have no idea. There was a period when I won a championship back in 2019 where myself and my engineer at the time, we wore red underwear. We didn't know what we won some races, and I was like, I've got to wear my lucky red underwear, and he's like, wait, you do too? And so then it became like we had to wear red underwear, and we won the championship, and then the next year I had a couple bad races. I'm like, all right, screw the red underwear.
It's out the window.
Yeah, it's out the window. No more. So I think all drivers have some little superstition.
Yeah. What's it's a high stress environment, obviously racing and that kind of thing. Do you have anything that you do to come down from that, to kind of ground yourself a little bit when you're at home, when you're with your family?
No, I mean, we're pretty busy and adventurous people. I ride mountain bikes a lot, and the mountain biking I do is pretty intense.
Okay.
Like when I'm coming down, I ride Mount Diablo all the time in Northern California, and I charge it, and and there's just something in me that everything's a race.
Okay.
And I just, it's a lifelong disease that I'm stuck with. I got to race everything. But I am pretty chill.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of stuff on the lake. We have a wakeboard boat. We'll go chill on that. And
you have that vibe. I could have said that. You could have not said that, and I'm like, this guy wakeboards. I get it.
we love the lake life for sure. Love skiing. We go to Tahoe a bunch. So I love spending time with my family. 2 younger ones, three younger ones, my stepdaughter. But yeah, We travel a lot in this industry, and so it's like when you're home, you just want to be home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get that. Let's talk about kind of wish fulfillment and dreams and all of that. What's a track that you've always wanted to race on that you've never gotten the chance to?
Spa and Nürburgring.
That was quick.
Yeah, that's like I love older tracks. You know, like I love Road America. I love Watkins Glen. Yeah, just love the tracks where there's an element of danger.
Yeah.
You know, and these corners that you just have to get spot on. I think there's something that separates drivers when you have stuff like that. You know, you go to some of these new tracks with tons of runoff, and as fun as they are, that element of dangers and risk isn't as big. So to me, Spa is one that checks that box. You know, I would love to do El Rouge. And Nürburgring, like those two tracks would be awesome. And I have tons of time on them on a sim, so I feel like I'd be totally fine.
You can get there.
Yeah, exactly.
What about a style of track or a particular track? I don't want to say that you hate, but it's kind of like your bogey track that you're like, oh, I've never gotten that one right.
I don't know if I have a bogey track. I just like fast.
Yeah.
Just so if it's a track that's tight and slow, it's just not super exciting for me. Yeah, I really like the fast stuff. But honestly, I can't think of a track. I mean, Daytona, I haven't had a ton of success there for whatever reason. And I don't necessarily think it's the pace that I've had there. But I haven't had a ton of success there. A place that I haven't had a lot of success is Baja. So I race trophy trucks also.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I did Formula D for 13 years. Did that for a long time. But while I raced, I was always a racer first and then did drifting. And then got away from that. But I've always done off-road also. Okay. So I've raced Baja 1000 6 times in a trophy truck. Done San Felipe 250, you know, Mid 400, all that kind of stuff. But there's something with Baja that is always just like, Baja always wins. You know, you're never racing the competition. You're racing against Baja.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, it's been brutal, but I love it.
Any desire to do? I mean, obviously the big of that would be like something like Dakar, but like anything to go bigger with that kind of thing.
No, to me, Baja is the Baja 1000 is the pinnacle. You know, Dakar is a different vibe.
Yeah.
You know, different cars. I think the technology in trophy trucks is better.
All right.
You know, when it comes to like travel.
Yeah.
You know, suspension travel. So to me, that is the pinnacle. But racing trophy truck class, because I'm usually in the spec trophy truck class.
Okay.
Trophy truck all-wheel drive would be amazing. But another one I would love to do is Pikes Peak.
I was going to ask you because I know James.
I was
waiting.
I was always waiting for James to give me the keys to
there
his
you
BMW.
go, man.
Like, let's see you do it. I would have loved to have done it when it was half pavement, half dirt. Because I think my drifting would have been, you know, really good there. And I think for Pikes Peak, I'm really good on cold tires.
Okay.
You know, so I'm always pretty quick to getting up to speed right away. And so I feel like it would benefit, you know, with, even though a lot of classes have tire warmers and stuff, but it's like you got to charge. You got to just go right away.
Yeah.
So Pikes Peak would be an awesome one.
Yeah. Have you been
Yes.
able to? Okay.
Yeah, I think when I was drifting with Falcon, they brought all the drift drivers there, and it was an eye-opener. Like, I had no idea that you just pit on the side of the road.
Right.
Yeah, you're just like, wait, what? There's no, like, paddock or anything? I mean, I think now they have a little bit more space, but...
It's not much.
No. And it was like everyone's showing up with trailers and flatbed trailers and just send it. Like, so there was something really cool about just that whole scene, how it wasn't like some of the paddock that we have, right? And the big rigs, and it's people just showing up and just whatever they got, they're going for it. So, yeah, I definitely wanted to do that.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky enough. James was there to be able to go do that a couple of years ago, and that was fantastic. But I think we're about out of time here, man.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And really and truly, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. 2025, we're cheering for you, buddy.
I appreciate it. We need it. We need some luck.
I don't know if you need it, but you just need some luck to fall your way. I think that's all it is.
Exactly. Awesome.
Well, Tyler McQuarrie, thank you so much, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PRI Esports Arena presented by SRO Motorsports Group. I see a couple of people behind me waving. Yes, you are in camera shot going out around the world, so we're very excited to be able to have you all here. Going to be joined up here in a few moments, and we're going to talk a little bit behind the scenes of one of the things we are most proud of here in SRO Motorsports Group, and that is our partnership with Kunos Media and the ability to be able to put out not only a SRO Corsa Competizione, but SRO as well. Very excited to be able to see that coming out. That, of course, going to be coming in the new year, a new simulator that is top of the line, absolute tip top. Very, very exciting. Valerio will be joining me up here shortly, and we'll be able to get that all going. But as of right now, just want to give you a quick rundown of what the rest of today is going to look like. To complete peek behind the curtain, I don't have it memorized. I have to pull it up on my phone to make sure I get it all right. At about 1:45, we're going to have the SimPro playoffs. That'll be practice 2 for them. That will run about 45 minutes, just a chance for those drivers to get everything underneath their belts. They'll continue to make sure everything is ready in their cars and ready to roll. And then after that, we will continue to go on. As here at this point, we are ready to be able to do that. And then it will be at 2:49. The SimPro playoffs qualifying will take place. 3 o'clock, it will be the feature race. And here is the man of the moment, ready to come up here and join us on the stage. Valerio, ready to be able to talk about SRO. Slide on in, put on the headset for us there as we take a live look at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Always a happy thing to see. So, we've got big news coming in the new year. SRO Corsa Evo?
Evo. It's
Evo.
So Italian that
I know.
I like it to pronounce it in the Italian way.
I was told to say it that way, and my Indiana came out, and I couldn't help myself.
I know. We like your Indiana.
No, thank you. So, what can you tell us that we don't already know? What can you tell us about this? I mean, this is from the ground built up, a new simulator. The engine is supposed to be just remarkable, everything I've read. I've been keeping my eye on this. I'm so excited for it.
Well, we are excited too. We're just under a lot of pressure to be on time and also to deliver. We are really, we love our community. We know that there's a lot of expectations. So that's what Evo is about. It's the result of a lot of work behind the scene for some years. And so, through the work also with SRO Competizione, we had a lot of improvements on our physics model. And we in Evo, we own both the physics model, which is from our side, and the graphics model. So we had to build the technology behind Evo to be ready for the release. The release is coming on January 16. Here we brought the first playable version for US of the game, so people can try and have a first insight of what it will look like. We just disclosed some of the news in the last days about what's gonna come, and clearly, there's a lot of commitment from our side. But most likely, no Christmas this time.
Well, that's okay. I'm happy to wait for a little bit of a belated Christmas present for this. I want to talk about one of the things that I just saw drop. The newest news that I saw about it is the fact that we've got a little bit of open world going on here, if I read correctly. Tell me about this.
Yeah, clearly, Assetto Corsa is always about simulation. So it will be fully simulative in every aspect. But it doesn't mean that you have to stick to the track. So basically what we want to transfer in the game is the life of a petrolhead. So, and it's something that, given the region we chose, which is the Nürburgring region, that's something that you can actually have. So through the open world, you can live the experience of what it is like to go and access the track, go out, maintain your car, have fun with the different aspects of owning a car or just renting one. That's also something possible when you go there. So it's really, a gameplay that will be transferred, and there's a layer that will allow people to interact also with the real businesses in the area. And so that's part of the mindset that people might have in accessing the game, and it will be fun seeing all of the options available and how they transfer in what is still, about performance, track, and race, but then there's a life behind it that you can live through the game and being at home. So that's a purpose, and we expect this to be, very pleasant for all our users. That's the approach is to give something that we love to the community and share with them the passion for this. And that's really what it's about.
Well, it's something so special because I think capturing that essence that you talked about is so crucial. So often in simulations, we see a removed sense of it, and you don't get that day-to-day life of what it is to be a petrol head. And I think putting that in is so incredible. But let's talk about the physics upgrade and the engine upgrade that has gone into it. A lot of work going into it, always coming closer and closer to mirror reality to make this as accurate as possible. What kind of details can you share about the upgrades that we can see from the physics model?
Well, it's a lot of improvements. Clearly, we built the engine from scratch, but clearly the know-how was built throughout the years, seeing how close you could get on real life to the real life and to the behavior of the car. And so what has been done is basically work on the tire model a lot, so that there is much more, accuracy in providing the behavior in the different surfaces and with the different weather conditions. There's a lot of accuracy in how the car reacts based on the different level of wet. That's also something extremely important, and we try to disclose this through some of the peaks and content that will be released, because that will be really an incredible level of accuracy on this. And when it comes to the car, basically we're working very close. We, compared to the past, extremely close with the different car manufacturer. We're gonna also disclose some content about this in the future, so that we make people aware of how the car is built and how it's possible that the driver feel it so close to the real life, because that's really what we want to be about. Give something that the people who actually own the car can say, oh, it's my car. And those who don't can really see, how the car feels, and maybe they can be interested in buying one.
Most of the cars that I want to drive, I don't have anywhere near the money that would be allowed for me to get those kind of cars. But you talked about the rain model. You talked about the weather coming in and changing. Always been one of the highlights to me in ACC. Let's talk about the relationship that this new platform, this new simulator, has had with ACC coming in. What have you been able to learn and translate from that into the new one and going back and forth? Because it's a very symbiotic relationship.
Well, ACC has been our platform for improvement throughout the last 5 years, basically. And we had a lot of improvements. We basically built like a new game from scratch throughout the years and gave it for free to the community, because we really are into the fact that it needs to be a platform, and we want people to stay on the platform, to see the upgrades, enjoy, and be part of the community. So the approach in ACC has been translated to Evo, so the platform will last over the years, and we want this to be just the first tip of the iceberg. And features will be released throughout the 2025, and more will be coming later on. Also, for what it is about the relationship with SRO. So the fact that all the contents, will anyway be also featured in Evo sooner or later. We just finalizing some details. So the idea is, on our end, we really are thankful to the fact that we were so close to the track with SRO, because this way a lot of elements related to the gameplay, related to behavior on the track, related to our racing car might feel based on the BOP and all of this complexity that is behind a championship like GT World Challenge were translated into the game, and there was a lot of learning for us. Also, when it comes to the races, so the fact that through ACC there's a community, there's a lot of communities that built the portals for races to be accessed on the online basis. That's something that will be translated into a system that is an integrated network that will be featured in Evo, and so will allow all the communities to enjoy this. And clearly it was important to do something that we learned by working with ACC and SRO.
The communities are such a crucial part of this whole sim racing life that you have helped to build out. How proud does that make you to be a part of it? I mean, I look here at Hayden is a prime example of that, who is here working with us this weekend, became a result of these communities that have built, and it's something unlike really anything I've experienced before, because it's bringing people not just across countries but across the world together. That must be such a wonderful thing to be able to have helped to build that.
It's cultural. Basically, we share the same passion. We feel that no matter if you are Japanese or US based, it's something that it's about cars and really the culture behind, not only the product, not only the performance, not only just the aliens who can make an absurd lap time. It's about feeling the car and living the passion of your life that can be both on the real track and on the sim racing. And it's not a game anymore. It's about really driving. It's about real racing. The race is real. It's just a virtual tool, but it's actually a real experience. So this word and this is something that has really no boundary between the real thing and the sim, and we see that this bound is thinner and thinner over the years, and it's more and more blurred, and that's where we are. That's what we are about. We want to really open the door of the enjoying the motorsport, but not only the motorsport, just the word of passion for cars to anybody, not only when they can race, but just like in a day like today with 14 degrees Fahrenheit outside, you can still race.
First off, thank you for converting that to Fahrenheit, because if you had said Celsius, I would have been lost. But no, I fully agree with you on that. I fully agree with you that we could actually go out and do this. But speaking of cold temperatures, let's focus ahead to January. What can we expect in this early access that is coming out? What features are we able to do? What can you tell us that we'll be able to get?
Well, I can say we're trying to put in the most we can. We're still finalizing all of the details, but there will be clearly a portion of what will be available. We are in the process of disclosing basically the first 5 tracks, the first 20 cars, and there will be still just a limited experience compared to the final one, but it will be fully improved and progressively upgraded throughout the months in 2025. So once the early access is out, for those who actually will join, we will have the chance to feed them constantly with the new upgrades, and that's exactly the purpose. So to, enjoy the waiting by knowing that it's coming, and it's going to be more and more fun throughout the year. And so the purpose for us also disclosing Evo is to make sure that people know that it's coming and that they can wish list it on Steam, so that they know that once it's out they are on it. We are happy to give some privilege to the early adopters of the game, because clearly that's really where our hardcore community lies, and so we'll do a lot of work to make them happy.
Well, that's always, if you please that hardcore fan base, you're always going to be doing well. And here today and this weekend here at PRI, for those that are watching at home and maybe near the Indianapolis area, or those that are in the booth, we've got 3 simulators set up. Different cars, different tracks each day. This is a preview copy. This is the debut in the States. Am I correct?
Yeah. That's correct. It's still a pre-alpha, so you will have special events that you can enjoy on 3 different tracks, 3 different cars in different weather conditions and daylight. But it's really, we are really happy about the spot we are in, because it took a lot of work to make it, to transfer our DNA in the product. And again, it's something that we want to make last for the next 10 years probably. So we really trust the game. We invite people to try and to give their opinion, because clearly there is a lot of programmers in Kunos that are under a lot of pressure and would love to make it for the day of release with some good news from the community.
Well, I'm sure you're going to get good news from the community. I'm sure it's going to be there. The trailers that we've seen, as we take a look behind us, you see the Golf GTI, both models up at the Mercedes AMG around the Nürburgring. It looks spectacular visually, and I know the graphics engine has been improved as well as that physics engine that you talked about. January 16th, when this all comes out, I know I have it waitlisted. I'm really excited for this. I have a new sim at home that I'm ready to crack it out for, so I'm very ready. But graphically, big updates as well, and I assume that is also part of that evolution that will continue to go on and on as time goes along.
Definitely. We start from the details, so really from the CAD drawings for the cars, for the trucks, but then clearly there's a lot of modeling behind, and we go to the very thin detail, really to the point that you can hardly get if it's real or virtual sometimes. And we have a lot of discussions also with manufacturers about creating content, for their own purposes, not just for the game itself, because they really recognize that it's really like in real life, maybe with some more flexibility and some more fantasy behind in the way it's approached. So that's why, also in the open world and in the tracks, there will be an increased level of detail that you will find, and a different lighting system that, is improved a lot compared to the past, and we really learned from every aspect, trying to raise the bar in really in every moment. That's why it took some time to develop the technology, to actually let people guess about what's gonna be in it, but then hopefully we're gonna deliver, and it will be a starting point of a love story lasting over time.
I love the way you're phrasing this. I love the way that this is a starting point. This is a jumping off point, and that this is something that will continue to go on for, as you said, 10 years. Excuse me. I'm allergic to Indiana. But that it will continue to go along for 10 years, because I think that is the goal of these simulators, is to be able to consistently get closer and closer to that point where also, as you said, we blend the line between reality and simulation, and it just gets better and better and better and better. And from what we've seen from ACC and the work that you have put in, I have no doubt that this will do the same.
Yeah, ACC will still be up and running and there will be a lot of activities, especially, the GT World Challenge activities are something that we are really proud about, and we will push throughout the year. So Evo is different when it comes to the range of cars. There will be a lot of road cars. The experience is really something that is ancillary potentially to the ACC experience. There is a lot of very good drivers in the community, and we know that this is something that translates into real life. We talked about this with a lot of real world drivers that are training on ACC, so it's still something that we will not abandon at all. We will still be extremely into the experience that is meaningful for the racing behind. So it's really performance oriented, it's really up to the detail. We really love the fact that we let all the drivers in the GT World Challenge cars race also the same car in the same track in the same weather conditions, and it was like 1/10 of a second's difference. So that's where we felt really proud to have done a good job. So that's, for us, competizione is really a benchmark, and the more we can get closer and closer to this and really raise the bar, the more we know that we did our job.
Well, we cannot wait to see that job come to its fruition. Obviously, it'll be coming out all over the course of 2025, but January 16th is when the early access begins. As you said, get it on Steam. And folks, if you are listening here or you are at home, you got to check this out because these guys know what they're doing. My friend, thank you so much for joining us here at the PRI stage. Again, ACC Evo.
AC Evo.
AC Evo.
You have to be brave enough to say it in Italian. Assetto Corsa Evo.
Assetto Corsa Evo.
Well, not too bad.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. There we go. Available early access January 16th. Check it out today. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back with you here in about 15, 20 minutes as we get ready for practice number 2.
Thank you.
This is not about your age. This is not about your car. It isn't about your experience. It isn't about performance or power. And it isn't about how you portray your love for driving. Because car passion is a state of mind. And it's driven by heart.
PRI Esports Arena, DJ Clark and Ryan Marine ready to bring you through another exciting practice session here for our pro competitors. That's right, we've got a good crew of professional sim racers here ready to be able to take to the track. Got some of the problems figured out earlier on, a little bit earlier in the session. We had one this morning, got some practice underneath their belts, getting used to the simulators. Now I think we're going to start to see a little bit more of that infamous competitiveness start to take place.
Almost certainly, you're right. And we talked about it when we had that 2-hour practice earlier today. That was such an important time for these racers to get acclimatized to the setting here in PRI, in the shadow of Lucas Oil Stadium, and with all the folks around them, but also to jump into these new sim rigs, which are different than the ones that they're used to back at home, of course, and then come to grips with the challenge that's ahead, which is a field full of esports experts that are ACC experts as well. They've been planning for this, training for this, and now their first chance to measure themselves relative to the competition. It was, as we anticipated, a really informative 2 hours, very useful for the drivers to learn about what they have upcoming. But now, all of a sudden, that timetable gets compressed, right? We've got a short practice here, then we're into qualifying, and then the race, and that's when the big prize is paid.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got some absolutely beautiful trophies that I have to say I was able to take a look at earlier on today. Also, you get the rare pleasure of me screaming your name on the podium, which I have been told by many a GT driver is something that they aspire to hear.
It's unforgettable.
Yeah, there's certainly that. Yeah, practice underway right now. We had a great morning being able to talk with quite a few folks. Tyler McQuarrie and James Clay from Bimmer World were up joining us, talking about the season, talking about everything that had been going on. And then we were also joined and talked a little bit of AC Evo, as I was taught to pronounce it.
I heard you really working hard on that, and it still didn't come out when you tried to say it the first time.
I said Evo because
but it's Evo.
Evo. But very, very excited about that coming out, and that'll be January 16th. But we've got cars out on track right now. You have to excuse us a little bit. We may be turning around to take a look at the monitor behind us to get everything going, but nevertheless, we are very, very excited as cars are out on the track, and that is exactly the sign you want to see for all of these drivers.
Yep, absolutely. And again, we see the twilight setting. We think that's what we're looking for ahead of the race that's coming up a little bit later on. Again, crucial time here for everyone to get situated in their rigs. They've had a chance to do some testing and tuning, and then I'm sure they've been doing some brainstorming as well. What can they tweak on the setups to make the car go just that little bit faster? And we're about to see that here in the second practice session.
Well, and one of the other things that these drivers are going to be doing here at this point over the course of this weekend is they're going to be enjoying each other's company. That was one of the things that I was very excited to be able to see from all of these drivers. Is we've got to remember that a lot of them don't necessarily have the chance to be able to sit and see each other on a normal basis, as it were. We're used to doing sim racing kind of in our own little worlds, and it's kind of cool that everybody gets together here at PRI, is able to talk to each other and get everything together. It's kind of a wonderful thing.
It is. It brings everybody together, and it is an all-star type of event as well to have some of these top names in esports here joining us in Indianapolis at PRI with so many of the motorsports world assembled around them. It's a beautiful setting for it and an appropriate setting. And as we talked about earlier this morning, it's great to see esports and sim racing in particular get pride of place here at PRI, which welcomes motorsports of all types, and certainly virtual racing has fit into that mix increasingly over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we are internally thankful here to PRI for allowing this to happen, for allowing everybody to come on in and be a big part of this. It is a really special event that we are able to be a part of here, and I think rightly so. Sim racing is absolutely one of the crucial keys to the motorsports world, to see everybody taking to the track and being a part of it like this. It's kind of a big deal that sim racing is included like this, and we're very happy that it is.
Yeah, it's massive, definitely, and it's great justification for all the hard work that's gone in behind the scenes over the years to make sim racing such a realistic facsimile for the real thing, to the point where on a given race weekend, no matter what series we're covering around the world, you talk to the drivers and inevitably they will tell you they spent hours on their home sim just getting prepared for the upcoming challenge. And then that's the virtual to real world transition. But sim racing in its own right, it stands alone these days as an accepted form of the sport, and in events like the SRO's FIA World Motorsport Games,
yes,
sim racing is a huge component of that, which brings top names and manufacturers and you name it from across the width and breadth of motorsports together in one place. And I think, again, it just goes to show what an amazing improvement in the technology that we've seen over the past few years that's allowed this big growth.
Well, and that was one of the things that really, really impressed me in my conversation earlier today with Valerio, talking about not only AC Evo, but also ACC, is that constant growth, that constant evolution, making cars, making tracks, making the physics, making the graphics better by better, inch by inch by inch, continually making it as realistic and as perfect as possible to real life, absolutely making the difference. And it's why ACC, and what we can only assume ACC Evo, will stand on its own for.
And for those that are curious to see what AC Evo is going to be all about, I mean, if you're here at PRI, we've got 3 sim rigs set up. 2 of them are empty right now, so you can make your way over there and check this out. This is a pre-release version of this sim that actually, this is the first time in North America that it's been available for the public to sample. And I'm curious, what stood out to you in that interview that you did talking about what's coming next in this updated version of Assetto Corsa?
Well, I think one of the things that I am most excited for is the free open world element that they are envisioning around the Nürburgring region of Germany.
Yeah.
Very exciting to be able to do that. That kind of focus on just free roam and car culture, as it were. That's something that's very exciting. Very, very exciting to be able to see that come in. But the thing that stuck out to me most, Ryan, was really and truly the sense that this is a jumping off point. They do not view this as a simulator that they release it and it's done, wash your hands and look how proud we are of this. They really view this January 16th date as this is the first time you're going to see the work, but this is by no means done. We're going to continue to build this thing and make this better and better and better over time.
Yeah, that is really exciting to see what the community as well ends up doing with the title. I know the original Assetto Corsa, there's been a lot of work done by a bunch of different developers, independent of Kunos themselves, that have brought additional life to it, and that's always a fun part of it too. So really exciting stuff for the future of sim racing, and you can sample it here if you come out to PRI. If you're here already, of course, as we mentioned, you can check it out. But if you're in the Indianapolis area and you're watching the stream, then you can make your way out. Saturday would be the day when it's open to the general public. And again, we've got a couple simulators on hand that are showcasing the new Assetto Corsa Evo, but also we have these rigs that are open behind us, that are in use behind us by the Esports pros today. My understanding is that's going to be open for some folks to do some hot lapping on come Saturday.
Yeah, come Saturday, they're going to be able to come here and take part in pretty much whatever they would like to be able to do. Give a chance here to sample the equipment that the pros have been in up to this point. And Ryan, it really is a point that you brought up earlier, that this is the great thing about sim racing in particular, is the fact that it is a direct one-to-one comparison when you talk about racing in the real world. You're doing the same actions as these drivers. You are applying the throttle, applying the brake. It's not a back and forth where you're pressing buttons where you're normally throwing a ball this is exactly what they're doing in the real world, and it gives you that closer sense of what it feels like to be a real racing driver.
Really enjoyed that part of my conversation with James Clay earlier, where he was talking about what sim racing has done is it's helped young drivers learn what it's like to go to wheel and learn that racecraft in an environment where the consequences aren't so expensive and potentially dangerous, right? So they come to him now as a team owner, and they're in a car, and they will have hundreds, if not thousands, of races under their belt. Virtual races, but the lessons, to your point, that you take away from this, doing effectively the same thing that their real-world counterparts are doing, it prepares them so well then for when they jump on the real track. And, I think it's no wonder why we see teenagers excelling at top levels of racing these days. These are people who have been playing games and then into sims from a very early age, and so when they turn up in their first Formula 3 race or their first GT4 race or whatever, it's not totally new. They've been in these situations before. It just, now they're doing it for real.
Well, and that was one of the things I took away from my conversation with Tyler McQuarrie, was the fact that you had that ability to learn the track, to roll up and have a relative idea of what the car is going to do. Nothing's going to ever be a true substitute for that absolute seat time, but definitely going to be an ability for you to be able to keep going and keep learning. Figure out, okay, 100-meter board, going to stomp on the brakes here. Have an idea of what it is. And you're very right what James said about the racecraft. You can't really substitute that. And that is something that I think you're seeing. And while ironically it has been in the past 10 or so years that we have seen more concrete age restrictions come on the higher levels of racing, I actually think that they may start falling because of a result of the sim racing and because of what you were talking about.
It's a really interesting concept, and I'm curious to see how that evolves. But turning our attention to what's happening here at the virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the twilight. Gotta love this. We were talking about this morning, too, with the fact that the Indy 8 hour in the real world does run into the darkness. There's that kind of magical witching hour, right, when the sun starts to go down. And that's what we're looking at right here in the virtual world, with the headlights on, still just a little bit of sunlight in the distance. It makes for magical motorsports moments at IMS, and I think it's going to be a ton of fun when we get into our real race coming up a little bit later on this afternoon to see who can adapt to the racetrack as it goes into full darkness.
Well, and adaptation is the big word of the day, because you've got to not change your braking lines, but you have to change your brake markers as the night goes in. Yes, you have those headlights to illuminate your way, but sometimes those markers are going to be a little bit out of your line of sight. And so it's going to be harder and harder to be able to see those points. And I think for a lot of these drivers, you've just got to get used to it and make it work with whatever you've got in front of you.
If you're looking for some trends that have carried over, at least from the early part of the morning session into this second free practice, look at the Fords again coming to the fore. This is a relatively new GT3 vehicle, period, but certainly new as well to the ACC platform. And we've got Ford now, as I've been saying this, 1-2 with Hutchinson and Moning right now, separated by just 13 thousandths of a second. That Ford Mustang GT3, as somebody goes off and destroys some polystyrene, virtual polystyrene, thankfully, at corner exit there. Man, it's amazing how close they are. And actually, Moning just answered back and turned in a new best lap, taking the top spot, and with a healthy margin too, DJ. Nearly 0.4 of a second clear. Those Fords, they were really, really fast. And, you brought up the fact that Indy could be a good track for them, and I think you're onto something. Not just that V8 power, but you think about where the Mustang has excelled in the real world this year. Maybe no place more than Le Mans. And down the long straightaways there, this car is pretty slippery in a straight line. So with two fairly long straights here at the Indy Road Course, that could be the package.
Well, and it's not necessarily the highest downforce required circuit. The corners that you see are mainly medium to low speed corners. We're not having a lot of fast sweepers. And that all kind of favors the Mustang a little bit. Mustang is known to be just a little bit unstable at higher speeds. You've got to back off just a little bit more to make it work. And so I think this Mustang could be in for a good run. I do think it's interesting that Luke Whitehead and directly behind them, that's Mackenzie, both in those Acuras are equally close with them. So I think that's going to be something to watch out for.
It certainly is. The NSX looking strong here. That car long in the tooth relative to the Mustang. But again, thanks to the SRO balance of performance, everybody's still relatively close together. It's a great look here at Hutchinson, and it's the ST Racing livery. You can't miss it. If you're a real-world SRO fan, you'll recognize that Starry Night, Vincent van Gogh inspired livery on the race car. Typically we see it on the BMW, but actually it looks pretty good, I would have to say, here on the Ford Mustang.
I know Samantha's got some very, very strong ties with BMW, but that looks pretty darn good. I'm not going to lie. Also, have to say, under the radar, favorite livery in the SRO.
Yeah?
I absolutely love it. I've always been a huge Van Gogh fan, so that plays into it a little bit, but especially I think that livery a little bit earlier.
There's the BMW.
Yeah, the BMW, that's Cameron Martineau with that one behind the wheel of the car. That one is from a couple of years ago. It's a little bit brighter. Samantha and the team kind of toned it down. They put some more brown. I sound like an art history major. They put some more brown.
I was one, coincidentally.
Were you really?
Double major, communications, art history.
I had no idea. But she put more brown and a little bit more navy into it and made it a little bit more muted in the way that it looked, and so that is the up-to-date livery.
That's why I always say it's Starry Night inspired, because it has been altered a little bit.
Yeah, it's not. The original one was Starry Night,
yes,
and it's now kind of evolved.
It's
and
gone through a few evolutions, much like the race cars, even the software.
Exactly.
But that would be an evolution.
Evolution.
There you go.
There it is. But right now we also look Jaid Hutchinson in that second Ford, up about 0.4 of a second behind as he continues to work their way on through. Coming down through, and we talked about this earlier, but a little bit of the quirk of the modeling here on SRO Competizione is the fact that we run that long loop in the first sector, that long left-hander at Indianapolis. Not the way we run it today, a little bit different, but certainly presents a challenge. And Ryan, as you were saying earlier, actually may promote some overtaking because it's another difficult corner you can make a mistake on.
That's what the real-world drivers were telling me. So this was run one time in SRO competition. This layout that we're using here, as you can see, that's been scanned into SRO Competizione, and the real-world drivers, when on transitioning back to the layout that is used currently for the Indy 8 Hour with the quick chicane that begins the Holman Boulevard, they said what taking this loop away did was it took away a chance for someone in front of you to make a mistake, or a differentiator, let's say, a corner where you can do better than the guy in front of you, or vice versa, right? To allow then a run to make a pass at the end of Holman Boulevard into turn 7. And so that, to me, it's a pretty cool layout. I think it is a really challenging sequence, that loop, let's call it the F1 loop, that was used when the U.S. Grand Prix was held at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And all in all, I kind of think it's a neat quirk that it's been immortalized in this game. And it's funny, you brought this up earlier. It's only there because when NASCAR was running on the road course, they were tearing up the curbs, so they were forced to make the change.
Also, one of my favorite Indianapolis Motor Speedway moments of all time, where Doug Bowles was out through his suit jacket into the grass and was hammering the curbs, trying to get them taken care of during that year's, it wasn't the Brickyard.
Verizon 200, I think.
I think it was, yeah, I can't remember. Logan McKenney right now here in the Acura NSX in that silver livery. Mackenzie, rather. Trying to see if there's any speed to be gained there. In this second half of the circuit as well, a reprofiled second half of the circuit. That is a difference than what it originally was when Formula One came here back in 2000. That part of the track, when it was originally conceived, a little bit more Mickey Mouse-ish, as it were called. I actually was taught that sequence of corners directly following off of Holman Boulevard was called Mickey Mouse. And definitely has changed here, has a much better flow to it. It's a faster section. Really, really challenging to carry a lot of speed through there.
Yeah, I'd say that is the most fun section of the track, whether you're on the sim or I've actually had a chance to race a Miata on this same layout, interestingly enough. And that is such a fun rhythm section at the end of Poland Boulevard, that quick left and into those chicanes that just feed into one another. And it's a real challenge because if you make a mistake early in that sequence, you're paying for it the entire way through. If you get stuck offline, there's no recovering from that without giving up a ton of time. So it is a fun and rewarding sequence of corners, but certainly one that could catch some people out. And I think also, when you consider it's at the end of that Holman Boulevard and in the passing zone, we could see a little side-by-side there later on today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw that in the Indy 8-hour this year. We've seen that plenty of times in the real world, no matter what series you are talking about. You definitely have that take place. And I think particularly you will see into that area of the track really good. But it also leads into my favorite area of the track, actually, which is down into turn 12. Mm-hmm. I love that run from 11 coming back onto the oval, the traditional oval, kind of feeling
the oval South Shore chute.
Yeah, South Shore chute, as it banks back up. You get a little bit of the banking into the corner and then dive back off it. Kind of a sneaky passing zone. We always talk about it during the broadcast of the Indy 8-hour that's really the low-key passing zone that you really want to set yourself up for. And we often see very good side-by-side action then into 13 and 14 as a result of it.
It does take some cooperation to make it through there side-by-side. We've seen that go awry a few times over the years, whether we're talking GT3 on down to GT4 and touring car racing, where someone has kind of last minute decided to make that lunge of the inside in 12, and if you don't telegraph that pass and make sure the car in front of you knows that it's coming, it can end in tears, and it has more than once over the years. But you got the headlight flashers here as one potential way to telegraph that you're thinking about making the move. And I think especially when we come down to crunch time late in this race, going for the trophy later on today, that definitely is in play for a potential passing opportunity.
Well, we saw it 2 years ago on the final lap of the Indy 8-hour, a pass down into turn 12 to decide the race.
Yeah.
Absolutely remarkable. Very good to see as we take a look here at what is taking place on the track. One of the Audis out there, I believe that is Phil Bouchard, working his way around right now.
Love the Audi as well, and it's kind of, we're at a hinge point, I guess you could say, in GT3 racing history, because just a few weeks ago, the news came out of Ingolstadt, the final R8 GT3 car was sold. The final one to go off the production line and go to a customer was sold to someone in Europe. And you think about all of the great Audi victories over the years. I mean, certainly you think about them in prototype racing and what they did in Le Mans, but the R8 has become a staple of GT3 racing, and the sound of that V10 is unmistakable when it comes by. Love the look of the car. I'm going to be sad as it starts to slowly phase out of competition because it had such success, so many memorable wins, big-time drivers, big teams that have run those cars over the years, and certainly the end of an era with the Audi R8 GT3 officially factory-blessed, let's say, program starting to wind down.
Well, and I always remember when that car first came out, hearing Audi built a supercar was just sort of a, huh?
They totally reimagined their image.
Yeah, and they have become this name of performance that is so well known now, and the R8 was really, really a part of that. And it is just remarkable that that era is coming to an end. And I do sincerely hope that we will see in the next several years a new R8, that we don't lose that R8 or lose that Audi sports car from the rest of the world as they continue to go. But Bouchard leading the way and holding on to that Audi right now. Still, there it is up at the top is moaning. But I want to give some credit here to Luke Whitehead.
Yes, he's got that Honda Acura up in second. I got tripped up because I saw the logo. We were talking about this earlier today. We have to make that disclaimer a second time, I think, now. The car is listed in-game as a Honda, but of course we're here and have a little slip of the tongue. But yeah, really good run for Luke in the number 55 as we check in on the other Acura in the field with Polasek down there in 11th right now, nearly 2 seconds off of that fast time. But everyone's on different agendas right here. We shouldn't read too much into these times. We don't know who's maybe doing a low fuel tank run, trying to prepare for qualifying, who's doing a long run. I did have a chance to chat with the rules makers a little bit ahead of this race. So a couple of things as we look ahead to the race. It's a 1-hour race. There is a 10-minute mandatory pit window in the middle of it. All that is required inside of that pit window is 1 liter of fuel. Tires are optional. So you have a couple different choices on how you can play this strategically. I mean, traditionally, if given the option, we don't see people take tires very often. But, you know, there are a couple different ways that you could approach this, and I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Well, I would have to imagine Indianapolis is not traditionally known as a heavy abrasion circuit. Don't
tell Formula One that.
Whoopsies. But in the modern context,
yes,
let us say, it is known as a very smooth circuit. There's not a lot of high level of abrasion, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of drivers double stinting these tires. I would be interested to see if they decide to run it empty to come into pit lane, or if you save time by starting with just as much as you need for the whole race and then only putting the single liter in, and you can make up some time in the pit window.
Yeah, I had the same thought. So we'll have to see what folks ultimately elect to do. See the McLaren jump up to 4th right on cue. We cut to it here, watching it work through that fun section we've been talking about, those S's that just feed one into another. Here's a Lugobi in that McLaren. That's a name that's been around the SRO Esports world from the very beginning. I remember during our 2020 esports run that really debuted esports on the SRO side in North America. That was a name that was around from the very early days.
Yeah, Lou's been pretty much a staple among the SRO community, and as have a few of these other names that you see here. Ethan Oring, Phil Bouchard, we often see the both of them, not just in the SRO communities, but across all sim racing communities. Alex Ellis, another one. And that was one of the things that I was talking to Valerio about, is the sense of community that has really been created by sim racing. I had the chance. It's one of the things I love about PRI is I get to meet all of these people coming from sim racing, meet all of these people that I've only interacted with online, but I feel like are very good friends of mine because I've done it so much, and have that conversation and that coming together, and multiple people have come up to me, and you have that great, hey, we raced against each other, we did that, so it's kind of special.
It is. It's like a school reunion of sorts here, right? Everybody kind of knows one another, but they rarely get to be in the same place at the same time. And it is fun watching, especially you, interact with everybody. You're a celebrity in this community.
I don't know about that.
I've seen it happen. Everyone wants to come talk to DJ.
Not everybody. Only those that haven't raced against me.
Well, coincidentally, that includes me, so
Well,
maybe
there
that's
you
why
go.
this works.
Exactly. But yeah, no, that McLaren, the 720S, I believe, that is here in the GT3 system. Very, very good car. We're very happy to see that it is up and on its way. Very pretty car. One of the things that is interesting about the McLaren, the Audi does it as well, and this used to be a particular feature of the Lamborghini almost exclusively, is the center headlight. That they have a third headlight in the middle of the car, and now we have seen that debuted onto the McLaren as well as being on the Audi as well, and the latest Evo model of that car.
It is, well, maybe distinctive is the wrong word, because now more and more manufacturers are starting to embrace that, but it is something that helps set the cars apart. That's a great look at exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Ethan Oring behind the wheel of the car, another one of those drivers that is very, very well known among the SRO community and indeed among the sim racing community in the Lamborghini Huracan. And you were talking a little bit earlier, and I've already forgotten the name that I will inevitably mispronounce of the new Lamborghini that will be coming in I believe, 26.
Correct.
So very excited to see that. That'll be a good car to be able to come in. And the Huracan, another one that's a little long in the tooth at this point.
Yeah, it certainly is. But you think about, it's become this venerable institution of GT3 racing, and not just GT3 racing. You go into the Super Trofeo competition too, and there's a ton of these that are floating around. They are really fun cars. Again, we were full of praise earlier today talking about what Lamborghini has built with their Squadra Corsa racing division, which was basically built from scratch, going up against BMW and Porsche and Ferrari that have been racing forever, right?
Yeah.
Really, really impressive what they've built in a relatively short amount of time. But I do love the look of that Huracan, and the sound is great. It's got the same engine effectively as the Audi R8 we were talking about earlier, and sadly, the V10 doesn't carry over to the new model. So we're going to lose that whale that has become so customary at a GT3 racetrack anywhere around the world, and that's something I'm a little bit sad about, but I am excited to see what is next as Lamborghini continues to really embrace GT3 racing, customer racing all around the world using the SRO platform.
Yeah, they are one of the great proponents of that customer model, as you said. Very rare that we see them run in official capacity. They don't really have works teams. Even when you talk about prototype racing, it is still run through another squad. It is not a direct from factory type of situation, which frankly makes it all the more impressive. Also, coming back to the ACC simulator, I love the little details of this that you are able to see the lights at the pagoda here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the American flag that shines on the timing stand, the
pylon.
Pylon. Thank you. I get paychecks from them.
It is all the little things, though. You're right. I was going to bring this up earlier. We saw a while ago a shot from the wall, and there you could see the flag marshal's hand waving the corner flag, right? I mean, little things like that, you know, if Kunos had decided to leave it out, you would have forgiven them. They're certainly not standard in a modern racing sim, but they did go that extra mile to portray the realistic racing experience, and that's one of the things I just love about ACC.
As do I, as well as, and as someone who has spent many times putting up the flags down on pit lane, that the fact that the flags are perfectly modeled.
What they need is a virtual DJ that goes and puts them in at the start of every session.
No, that'd be a virtual Woo and Jackson over there that just goes in and we can see them putting them in.
Oh, that probably gives him PTSD thinking about putting all those flags up. For those who aren't here, we've got some of our wonderful SRO staff that are at many of our events, and yeah, that's a big part of the start of every weekend, making sure everything is spick and span and have all the appropriate signage up. Someone's got to do it.
Exactly, and I have been a part of that team to do it, and I'm happy that we are in such capable hands. The team ops guys and gals here at SRO, really and truly some of the best in the business, and that goes for all facets of the SRO Motorsports Group. It's really pretty special when you come to these weekends. There is a real sense of family, there is a real sense of bonding, and there's a lot of fun that goes on among
Definitely.
the team.
It is. Okay, I never made it out to an SRO race. Anywhere in the world, you basically can go and do this. They've got championships on 4 continents, right?
Yeah.
Of course, here in North America with SRO America, but it all started in Europe, so the European Series, both sprint and endurance. So you've got a nice mix of types of racing and formats. You've got GT World Challenge in Asia, as well as Australia now, the newest member of the SRO family, and Intercontinental GT Challenge that ties it all together, that pops around to the different continents, drops in on some of the biggest races in the world. When your championship includes races at Bathurst, Spa, the Nürburgring, and Indianapolis.
And Suzuka
And
for next
Suzuka
year.
comes back next year, you're right. I mean, you're talking about some of the top tracks anywhere on the planet. And all in one championship.
And the one thing they have in common is I can't drive any of them. Indy I can do. I can't do Bathurst. Like Suzuka,
No.
I've never figured out the rhythm on.
And we had a really fun chat, actually, just before this practice session started with Rob Holland, who's a racer and a champion in GT America here in SRO America. And he has had the experience of racing at Bathurst on a couple of occasions, as well as at the Nürburgring. He used to live like just outside of the Nordschleife, which is incredible in and of itself. But he was telling us about what it takes to compete at some of these tracks that are just on the next level, right? And those stories are absolutely priceless.
I loved what he said, talking about Bathurst in particular.
Remember when we said that this is a corner that now is a differentiator? I mean, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Nobody would spin out of the chicane, but out of that inner loop, we did see someone get sideways there and make pretty heavy contact with the wall. So, hey, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, I think that was Logan McKenzie that did it there at that point. So definitely love to see that. But one of the things I loved talking with Rob about was the fact that he said, going downhill at
Bathurst. Yeah.
was no problem. You're basically flat out. It's the crest that's terrifying. And I have to agree with him. Anytime I've driven it on the sim, going downhill, I'm like, okay, this I can kind of manage. Coming over Skyline, you just go,
It's a type of racetrack you just couldn't make today, so I'm glad they made it when they did. Some amazing stories, too, about all of the fans that love that event, that love that racetrack. I mean, it's a special place. I guess it's a kind of a state park or whatever the Australian equivalent of that is when it's not being used for a race event. So some intrepid fans who they know they're not allowed to bring their own beer into the race, they will go to the state park like weeks in advance, bury their goods, and then when they get let in for the race, they'll come and dig it back up, and then they're all set to go for 12 hours of racing.
I had always heard that story, but I always heard that they were limited to 40 cans.
Not enough for an Australian.
Nope. Well, all right, folks, that's going to wrap up practice here. We should be back for qualifying in not too much longer than now here at this point. Qualifying will begin at about 2:50. So we'll be back at about, that'll be about 20 minutes from now. We got a quick drivers meeting for all of our drivers, and then it's time for some race coverage here that'll be anchored by Ryan and myself. But until then, we will see you and talk to you in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PRI Sim Racing Arena powered by SRO Motorsports Group America. It's time for qualifying. We've had 2 practice sessions here. We are ready to set the field for the Pro Racing Invitational. DJ Clark joined here by Ryan Marine. This is when all the speculation goes out the window, Ryan. It is time to go racing.
Yeah, I'm really curious if the form book holds, because when we saw practice earlier, it was Ford, it was Honda. They appeared to be the package to beat at this Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. But will that hold true in qualifying? I suppose we're about to find out. 14 turns, you run down that long 5/8 of a mile front straightaway. That's about all that you're doing on the oval. That is going to look familiar, except for that little bit in the south short chute. Of course, they're going the opposite direction that the Indy cars roll around this place. But then that 1, 2, 3 section, you can't look away, especially on the start of these races. That 6-7 run down Holman Boulevard. Of course, we're using a slightly different layout. That's actually what is being depicted here, because instead of the 5-6 chicane, they're using that infield loop, I do believe. But that said, it is a really cool layout on one of the most historic and iconic tracks in global motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and certainly a track that provides no lack of action, of speed, of technical prowess. It is an absolutely wonderful circuit to be able to run around, even if, as you said, it is going the wrong way technically. But nevertheless, it is absolutely fantastic to be able to see drivers out on track right now, getting those early times set down on the board that will set the field here for our race a little bit later on today. We've only got about 6 minutes left in qualifying. And Ryan, you called it right, hit the nail on the head. Jade Hutchinson and Mooring there leading the way in those Mustangs.
And the Mustangs have been so strong through the practices. But again, we will see. Still very early in qualifying, but it comes at you fast. Just a 10-minute session, and it leads into our 1-hour race at Indianapolis. And as you can see, we're running in the late afternoon here into the twilight. It should be a relatively dark race. That'll be an extra challenge, because just because your car is fast here in the sunshine doesn't mean it's set up to go fast when it matters the most, and these racers will have had to take that into account as they prepare for today's race.
Well, and remember that we've had varying track states, varying track degrees of light over the course of the weekend, and so that means that those cars are going to act a little bit differently, as you said. We follow here, looks like Michael Serra going to bring the lone Porsche in the field down through turn 1. Serra down in 14th position, although I don't think we've seen a competitive time from him. But I'll tell you one driver who's put a very competitive time together. That's Luke Goby, the Canadian, up into 3rd place in that McLaren.
Just getting stronger and stronger throughout the build-up to the race, kind of crept inside that top 7 range in that practice and got bumped to 4th a moment ago, now back into 3rd spot. Great to see. We were talking about brands that have pedigree racing at Indianapolis. We neglected to bring up McLaren, which of course has a lot of history racing on the oval at IMS, including multiple race wins in the 70s and into the 80s.
Yeah, as up at the top of the board, though, Luke Whitehead has been able to replace Jade Hutchinson as your pole sitter here at this point. Whitehead in that Acura NSX number 55 will lead the way. Alex Ellis in the 2nd McLaren in the standing order, behind a Luke Goby in 5th place. So that's a good run for Ellis. That's been about where we've seen him on average over the course of this entire day. So I'd say that's about perfect pace for him.
Not bad for someone who told me he had about 20 minutes of ACC experience coming into this event. But to your point, a good racing driver, whether it's on the sim or in the real car, and he is both, let's not forget. He had a really good junior career, kind of ran out of money and opportunity, but got as high up as what was then known as Indy Lights, now Indy Next. Took about 10 plus years off, jumped in a GT4 car in the real world earlier this year, and had some really strong pace, challenged for podiums down at Barber Motorsports Park in GT4 America competition. But now going back to the sim side of things, where he's very, very active and loops the car around as he looks for a little bit more speed there. That's going to scupper this lap, and with only 3 minutes on the clock, that puts him in a bind to try and go a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough, especially considering his reset back into pit lane. That may be session done and dusted for the number 5. There could be just enough time to get back out there, but it's going to be very, very close. Part of the reason for that is Indianapolis, very long, very slow pit lane.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just the straightaway portion is 5/8 of a mile, and it starts really when you kind of dive in back before you get to the final sequence of corners. So it is costly. Did look like he pulled back out, and the good news is that car where its pit grid was, let's say, was relatively far up. 2 minutes on the clock, doing 90-second laps, even a 2-minute out lap. I think he'll have enough time to get one more flyer in, but as we said earlier, that puts a lot of pressure on you to perform.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure bearing down on your shoulders. You've got to really, really deliver here at this point. The second NSX in the field, this is driven by Logan McKenzie down in 8th place right now. McKenzie trying to make up about a 1.9-second deficit on the top of the field. Dropping a little bit of a tire coming down into turn 7. Probably not going to help the time for this number 95, but well, if we were awarding points for prettiness, I'd have to say that livery has got to be up there. The chrome on the NSX there, very reminiscent, frankly, of the real-time racing NSX that ran with us a couple of years ago. Very, very pretty design.
Yeah, I do love the look of that for sure. It's the dive back into the infield on the south end of the speedway. Yeah, love the look of the NSX. We've been singing its praises all day. And we know it's a fast package. We're watching McKenzie here, so that tells me he might be on a pretty good one. But Whitehead in a similar car is at the top of the charts. McKenzie does improve, goes up to 7th, but still quite a ways off, over a second, nearly a second and a half.
I think for me, the big storyline here is the fact that the Porsche and the BMWs, cars that we consistently see as being very quick, upwards of the top of the charts, are down the order here. Cameron Martineau bringing up the standard for BMW in that ST Racing machine. He's in 9th place at this point. Sudik and Hickman are 12th and 14th respectively. And Sarah down in 15th in that Porsche.
Well, talking about real-world racing, let's go back to the Indy 8 Hour. The way they finished, BMW from Team WRT got the overall win. Second place, Porsche PRI Motorsports, right? So those were, I would say, the two brands from the real world, at least, that you'd look at and say, yep, they've got a really good shot. But it's not always a one-to-one comparison, and also the BOP is variable,
yes,
too. That's true in the real world. There's balance of performance, like it or loathe it, in the sim racing world as well.
Yeah, and that is a custom-applied BOP that SRO mandates that we come up with and put out. It is put in at all major SRO events. We're very, very proud of the fact that we have that and that we're able to put it out. This qualifying is officially over. Drivers will be able to finish their hot laps here. So for the likes of Michael Cera, that will be a little bit of a good time to go. The 113 coming around out of turn 11 down into turn 12 right now. Little bit off the apex right there.
This is a great look, though, at the environment that we've got here at PRI. Again, this is part of the Performance Racing Industry Show in Indianapolis. A big showcase here at Lucas Oil Stadium about what esports is all about, the latest and greatest in esports, and some of the very best esports competitors here on site competing in person. And with the big audience around as well, walking amongst them, with peering over their shoulders, that's a little extra pressure, no question.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change from what we're used to, where you're doing this by yourself in your office or your bedroom, kind of alone, able to lock in and rid yourself of distractions. Of course, as soon as I say that, people recognizing they're on camera and waving. You can see us there. Hello. In the background as well. But it is a little bit of a different environment. But as we saw last year, drivers can really perform in it well.
Yes, it brings out the best. And again, I think it's super neat that everyone's got the same rig here. There's no performance advantage and somebody spending a bit more money on their rig to have that little edge at home. Everybody's working from the same play sheet. And we talked about this a lot throughout the day. These drivers with their home rigs, they're going to do everything they can ergonomically, creature comfort-wise, right, just to tailor-make it for themselves to get the best performance that they can out of themselves in their equipment. But here, it's standard. Everybody's working with the same stuff, and whoever adapts best is going to have some success.
Well, and think about this. One thing we haven't really talked about is the physical equipment that we have here today. We have wheels. Mm-hmm. They're not formula-style wheels as you see in most GT cars today. They are physically circle wheels, and that would be a huge change. For me, my rig at home, I've got a formula-style wheel. If I came in to try to run a circle wheel, I'd be thrown a little bit. It would throw me for a loop.
I think I got one of both, so I would be prepared.
Okay, well, you're better off than I am. I just bought the formula-style wheel, so...
Trouble is, I think you're probably more talented, so even if you had to adapt to it, I would put my money on DJ over here. But, it doesn't stop us from having fun with it. Oh, frankly, none of us belong in this competition. That's the important takeaway.
I raced with some of these guys last year just for...
How'd that go?
Oh, it was not pretty.
Oh, it'd be so nerve-wracking just to try not to get in the way the whole time.
I got out of the car, and I just immediately threw my hands in the air and said, I'm so sorry.
What else can you do? I mean, it is a skill, and we see some people who are excellent real-world racers really struggle to make the transition to the virtual and vice versa, right? There is something about being able to feel the limit when you don't have all of the visceral inputs that you get from a real-world race car that really makes me in awe of those that excel in the sim racing world.
Well, it's a different, and I've talked to multiple drivers about this, it's a different sensory experience.
Right.
You need to be able to be a good driver no matter what. You need to be able to have that skill, but you have to be able to not do it just by the seat of your pants. You've got to be able to feel it through your fingertips. As we take a look here at the grid, Luke Whitehead going to be lining up on your pole position, mowing to his outside. Then Jait Hutchinson, Luke Goby, Alex Ellis, Ethan Oring, Phil Bouchard, Luke McKenzie, Pulisic, Cameron Martineau, Lozano, Sudik, Singh, Hackman, and Sarah. Your 15-car grid here for the Pro Invitational at the SRO Esports Arena here at PRI. A very pretty grid, it has to be said. Some very lovely-looking liveries.
Well, it's a GT3 grid, so it is going to be a gorgeous grid. That's the beauty of GT racing. You get different types of cars, front engine, mid-engine, rear engine, turbo, naturally aspirated. You got your big BMWs up against the sleek NSXs or Ferraris. I mean, it's a wonderful mix. It's a feast for the eyes and the ears. And, I said it earlier, like it or loathe it, talking about the BOP. But at the end of the day, if you like diversity on your grids, if you want different looking and different sounding race cars in today's day and age, balance of performance is the ticket, and there's no mystery as to why there are so many manufacturers involved in GT racing, even in prototype racing these days, because everyone knows you can build something that represents your brand image, and it's going to be in a performance window, and at that point it's up to the teams and drivers to make the most of it.
Well, that's why it is always so incredible to see these grids of GT cars, because they're cars you see on the road. Granted, you may have to go to Rodeo Drive to see some of these cars on the road, but I'm letting my California show in that sentence, but they are higher expensive cars, but they are cars that you can see on the road. And so that really does make a massive, massive difference when you see them. And you mentioned prototypes. One of the most brilliant things that has happened is the sculpting of the cars to allow for designs resembling your brand.
Yes, but you don't have to do any of that here. It is clear what you're looking at. That is an NSX. That is a Mustang. That is a McLaren. And, you're just bringing together all the big brands in automotive, in performance, together into one place. If you've got a rooting interest, if you've got a brand you're interested in, chances are it is represented on a GT3 grid somewhere in the world, be it a real-world SRO race or here in the virtual space. One way or the other, it is just a car lover's dream, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it certainly is. And to be able to run here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we said, kind of going into this twilight era of racing, twilight time of racing on the sim, very excited to see. We'll probably be finishing under the lights here, which will be a very special thing to be able to take in. Seeing these GT cars rip around here with the headlights going. It does become a little bit of a commentator's nightmare to try to figure out just by the headlights which cars are which, particularly looking at the McLarens and the Acuras. My head starts to spin a little bit, but
one of the BMWs just stopped on the formation lap and did that right in the middle of traffic. So that is not an ideal situation. There's the BMW.
No,
or
it was
is
the
the
Mustang.
I'm sorry, I'm thrown off by the ST Racing livery.
Yeah, I know, I did the same
I immediately jumped to BMW.
Well, we will have to see as the field starts to get their way into double file. Again, something to remember here. Watch out for that turn 1.
Always perilous at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Turn 1, lap 1, as they funnel down into that tight corner at the end of the front straightaway of the oval. Field in good alignment here. DJ coming into turns 13 and 14 for the final time before the green flag. Honda and Ford on the front row. Ford and McLaren in row 2. Lamborghini and Audi in row 3, and we're about to get going.
That's all you can ask for a GT grid as the field works their way onto the front straightaway at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We get a live look at some of the drivers as they get ready to go. You've got to wait until the flag is flown, and there it goes. We are racing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It looks like it's a good getaway. Maybe some contact there farther back in the field. Here comes that 2-3 wide we were talking about, as it looks like there it's going to be Luke Whitehead. Maybe a little bit of door-to-door contact into one, but it looks like through most of the field has gotten through cleanly.
That's what you want to see, because so often races end in tears on lap 1 into turn 1 at IMS. Now at speed for the first time into this infield loop we've been talking about a couple of times. Look at those Mustangs. They've been able to get off to a really strong start, trying to keep the Acura honest, and we got problems further back in the pack.
That was a Ferrari and a BMW. I'm not sure which two it was necessarily, but they definitely ran into a little bit of problems. Meanwhile, a 3-car breakaway up at the front of the field here, it looks like. Whitehead, Moaning, and Hutchinson starting to break away a little bit. We get a nice little drone shot coming down the back straightaway off of Holman Boulevard. A little bit of side-by-side action.
As you would expect, great passing opportunity there at the end of Holman Boulevard and into this technical section, most technical on the racetrack here, the S's, and then back up onto the oval. South short shoot on the oval before that quick dive back into the infield. Early advantage to the NSX, with Whitehead leading by over a second. This has been a really strong start. Oh, and problems again. A couple of cars go off.
Yeah, that was a blown chicane coming down into turn 12, so not the best run there for them, but this could be a good battle between the two ST Racing drivers, Moaning and Hutchinson here, as it looks like Hutchinson's got a great run. Also, look at snaking in the back farther there. That's Bouchard trying to break the draft a little bit. Hutchinson not going to be able to get the run into P2. They'll stay in single file order.
I wonder if the two Mustangs with the same livery, if they're team cars, I think they are with ST Racing Esports. I wonder if they might cooperate a little bit, at least in the early stages, because they're watching that NSX disappear out the windscreen, just off in the distance, 1.2 seconds up the road. And quite frankly, there's been nothing between these two Mustangs in the two practice sections. I mean, it's been thousandths of a second between the two of them in the build-up to this race. Right now, Moaning's got the edge, and I suspect Hutchinson's going to be patient here, let Moaning have his shot, but then at a certain point, the gloves have to come off.
Yeah, exactly. I also just want to point out the smallest little detail here on the ACC system. You saw the brake lights reflected on the bottom of the rear wing from the Mustang, and it wasn't just a glow, it's that very distinctive 3 vertical strakes from that. Just absolutely incredible detail. As we look farther back in the field, Ethan Oring leading a little bit of a pack here, Pulisic, Gobi, and Martineau.
Yeah, I think Oring might be the cork in a bottle at the moment, with Gobi right there behind. Everyone kind of bottled up, and looks like Oring may be falling a bit off the pace of Bouchard there in the 5th spot, but still top-running Lamborghini at the moment. We take a look back at the front of the field and a look at Hutchinson in his happy place there behind the wheel. It does appear to me that the Mustangs are starting to close in a little bit. That gap's come down, but it's only by a fraction, down to 1.1 seconds across the yard of Briggs.
Well, if you just keep ticking away at those fractions, it may start to fall through. Lozano farther back in the field in one of the Ferraris thought about a little bit of a look on Cameron Martineau. Decided not to go for it. Martineau trying to push ahead. That's going to be Pulisic right up in front. Here comes a run. Sneaky move down to the inside for Martineau. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, Pulisic closed the door there. I'm not sure that he gets away with that later in this race, but Martineau was content to be patient here in the early stages. This is in the back half of the top 10. We're talking about positions 8th, 9th, and 10th. It is Pulisic in the green and blue NSX that he's got the 38. BMW just behind. Back to the Mustang teammates there, running second and third, and they're starting to drop off the pace of Whitehead once again. Oh, Pulisic with an issue.
Oh, that may be a slowdown penalty issued there to Pulisic for running too wide at the exit onto Holman Boulevard. That is the only thing I could potentially think there that would be that, either that or maybe a cut course penalty given for cutting too far to the right.
We did see the car drop a couple wheels a few corners before, but I'm not sure that would have been enough to warrant a penalty. That said, whatever the case, it does appear that that NSX is back up and running, but well down the order now in 12th. And in this relatively short 1 hour race, that's a difficult hole to try and dig out of.
Yeah, it really is, and it's not like you're going to have a lot of pit stop strategy to come back in on. As you mentioned earlier, very similar to what happens in traditional SRO competition. You've got a 10-minute pit window where you've got to come in. We don't anticipate there being any tire changes during that, more than likely, but let's take a look at the replay here. This is what I believe happened to Pulisic.
Okay. And we're looking for potentially a cause for a slowdown on corner exit. Man, you forecasted that beautifully, DJ. Oh, it wasn't just a slowdown, actually. That was a full-on 360 spin.
Yeah, it was. Just got out onto that grass on the exit there of Holman Boulevard. Oh, contact! Ethan Oring, and that's Phil Bouchard.
Yikes. Now, Oring continues on, but Bouchard drops well down the order in that yellow Audi R8. And I think that's one that our stewards are going to take a look at. And we do have a race control here. Oh, and that is not a replay. That's another spin. Dirt on the tires, perhaps.
Oh, and that caused up in front, I believe that's the Porsche there of Sarah. Just a little bit of incident fixation, I would have to imagine, taking your eye off the prize.
Yeah, that's what in racing school they call a sympathy spin.
Yep.
See someone go off, and out of sympathy, you follow them right into the same place.
I wonder here, Philippe Bouchard, if there's maybe some damage on that car.
Yep.
I saw when he came through the corner, I couldn't tell if that was a little bit of a wiggle or a catch or something of that nature. Let's watch the replay.
Was a tap.
Oh, that could be some right front suspension damage potentially.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that car just hasn't looked totally copacetic after that point. And here's Sarah. This is the second incident. Sarah coming out of that loop and has to take evasive action, just drops the left wheel and goes for a ride. Light contact, but more importantly, perhaps lost a ton of time.
Well, and for Sarah, that's a very difficult prospect in the Porsche 911 there, the 992 variant of it. It's a true rear-engine car. That rear engine has been pushing more and more towards a mid-engine car over the iterations of it. But when you start to lose the rear end of the car, it's like a pendulum. It just absolutely swings, and it's very hard to catch. So just getting that little bit of off-throttle oversteer, kicking out onto the grass, that's almost impossible to catch in one of those cars.
You will talk to drivers, and they will say, you know, there is a very specific style to driving a rear-engine car like the 911 fast, and some adapt to it. There have been very good drivers over the years that never could quite wrap their heads around it. It is certainly distinct in GT3 racing, but as we know, as we have seen, I mean, there's a reason Porsche keeps building the 911, and it looks virtually the same, more modern, but basically the same concept as when it first rolled off the assembly line, you know, over half a century ago.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's the old adage. As we take a look here at Jait Hutchison for ST Racing Esports, closing in on Moaning, up ahead of him. Little bit off the apex there for Moaning, trying to see if there's going to be that little bit of daylight. Now, here's Michael Hickman farther back in the field, and that is a penalty assessed to that BMW.
And 10 seconds at the pit stop. And there is a mandatory pit window, just like you said earlier, DJ, in a traditional SRO race. There is a pit stop right around the middle. Now, the rules for this particular event state you are required to make a pit stop within that 10-minute window. That's from 35 minutes remaining in the race to 25 minutes remaining in the race. And inside that window, all that you're required to do to fulfill that pit stop requirement is put in a liter of fuel. That's it. Now, we might see make some tire changes, but you're going to lose some time in doing it. And in a race of this distance, the virtual Pirelli tires should be able to go the full hour. So I don't think we're going to see too much, but that's what makes these penalties. And now we've seen O-Ring pick up one as well. I suspect that's for the contact with the Audi that we saw earlier. That makes those pit stop penalties that much more penalizing, because everyone else, it's more or less a stop and go. But for these that have picked up these 10-second penalties, 10 seconds is an eternity.
Yeah, it really and truly is. Whoa, there comes the move, Jait Hutchinson. All right, yeah, if you look at it at this point, it looks like Luke Whitehead's been able to sneak off about 2 seconds into the distance, so he's starting to move his way ahead. I think it's gloves off here, and it's battle time between Moaning and Hutchinson.
I do wonder if the teammates had any agreement coming into this. Hey, I'll let you take a shot at it, but at a certain point, let's think about the team here. And to my eye, at least, Hutchinson, despite the fact that he's been dealing with dirty air through the first 10 minutes plus of this race, I think that car's got some pace. Now, you don't want to burn through those tires here, and there is the risk of doing that when you're running in close proximity to the car in front.
Yeah, there really is. That dirty air means there's less grip on the car pushing you down into the track. It means you're going to slip and slide a little bit more over the surface, and so that's something he's going to have to watch out for. Now, the flip of that is it is cooler temperatures. We are dealing with the nighttime here, or virtual nighttime, getting close to it from at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so that'll certainly change things around. Luke Goby right now closing in on Luke McKenzie. This could be a nice little battle. Acura versus McLaren for 4th place.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be really, really good here. Advantage to the NSX for the moment, but Goby looking very stout in the McLaren, and Lou's been the leading light in the McLaren camp throughout the course of the day and the build-up to today's race. It looks like she's got the pace advantage, but so difficult to get alongside it. I do wonder if maybe the differentiator in this race, we talked about there's not a ton of strategy because you have to pit inside that 10-minute window, but in and out laps and maybe pitting in a time period which allows you to avoid traffic. That could make all the difference in a tight battle like this. If you can't get the pass done on the road, there are a couple of ways you could strategize your way to that position.
Try to dive on in, and that's why I think the strategy here, at least for me, if I were making the strategy call for this race, I would fill the car up all the way, take that 1 liter of fuel that you need, and then be out and on your way, because it gives you more strategic flexibility. If you try to underfuel the car and come in and get more fuel into it, that might change things around a little bit. You'd be forced when it comes to making that pit stop. Little bit of it boxes you in, for lack of a better term.
No, I think you're spot on there. You lose some of that flexibility, which is all important when you're trying to adapt to the race as it plays out. One other penalty to mention, Polasek was given a 5-second penalty, and I wonder maybe it could have been an unsafe rejoin or something like that. We're watching a battle here. This is Bouchard, much delayed after the contact, and really one of the innocent victims, I think it's safe to say, and some of the early contretemps in today's race, but putting some pressure on the Ferrari of Singh. This is back in 12th and 13th, but nevertheless, a really good scrap between these two drivers.
Yeah, and it looks like here that little bit of wiggling that we saw out of Bouchard, I don't necessarily think that there is any damage on that Audi. If there is, it's relatively non-existent. I think what we were actually witnessing was a little bit more of him just kind of feeling the car out to see if there's any problems. But right now, he's going to make a move to the outside of Singh, going down into turn 1. A little bit later on the blinders there for Bouchard, a little bit of a pinch at the apex, and that's going to bring him right on by.
Yeah, really nice job. If you can hang tough there on the outside in 1, the track comes to you then in the next sequence, and that's exactly what Bouchard was able to do. It's a peek at him in picture, going to work, and a good look at these Fanatec rigs that our SRO team have set up here at PRI. Oh, but he goes wide, and that opens the door back up. Singh on the counterattack here. It's not done yet.
No, it's not. Singh may be able to do a little bit of a crossover here coming up through turn 6. Keep an eye on that battle. That's the second time Bouchard's wider line at turn 5 has opened up the door. Singh thought about a move, decided not to go for it. And that is one of the things about that longer turn 5. You can take it more traditionally, hugging the inside line all the way through, or you can do a little bit more of what we've seen Bouchard do, which is really diamond it off, run wide at the apex, and then cut it back in.
It is inviting, though, when you do that, and that's, I think, what we saw from Singh there. He had the chance to kind of poke the nose up the inside, and that door shuts pretty quickly, as we saw. But so for now, Bouchard's been able to solidify that position, starting to pull a bit of a gap, but it's got some work to do. Now, the good news is 3 cars ahead of him have penalties, and at least 2 of those he should overcome when that pit stop takes place and the penalties are served. But as long road to hoe here for Bouchard, trying to get back into top 5 contention.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for him. 2 drivers, though, that are in that top 5 contention. That's Logan McKenzie and that's Alou Gobi behind right now. Logan holding off Alou as they come on to Holman Boulevard.
This is so tough when you have to play defense for a long race. I mean, you're just looking at that clock and thinking, how long do I have to do this for? I mean, it's pretty clear Alou's got some really good pace, and actually I think we're starting to see Martineau creeping up into the mix as well. Don't forget about that BMW that's looming large in the background. I could tell, though, Logan's got his hands full there. A little bit of counter steer through the S's. Now up onto oval 1 and 2, back into the infield again, and that is a really tricky corner because you're coming down off the banking. It's not a ton of banking. It's relatively flat in the short chute of the oval, but there is just enough that it really unloads the rear on turn-in, and you can get yourself into some trouble there.
Yeah, that's one of the things about this Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. It's deceptively tricky.
Right.
You think about it and you think, it's a roval. It's all flat, but there are those moments that make it a little difficult. Here comes Gobi. Oh, contact!
And we got both cars very much delayed. That's going to cost them dearly. Out of the top 5, I think it's safe to say. Gobi's continued on. Now we see the NSX moving on as well, but that's a real shame because those 2 had a chance to have a really good day today, and now the top 3 are definitely in their own zip code.
Yeah, they really and truly are. That's going to promote the likes of Martineau and Oring up into that spot here at this point, and now it is an 18-second advantage over Cameron Martineau from Jaid Hutchison. That is lights out.
That's a tough one there. I mean, it looked like Gobi just misjudged the braking of the NSX, and that's something that's been evolving right over the course of this race. It looked to me like the NSX was starting to lose some performance relative to the McLaren, so a move that, or a braking point that would have been just fine earlier in the race, all of a sudden now this McLaren had greater performance and closed in maybe unexpectedly, and just that slight bit of contact when the car is most vulnerable, right, at turn-in, and coming off of the banking down to the flat. That car certainly was in a vulnerable position, and it doesn't take much to send it around.
No, it really doesn't. Just that merest of taps can do it, and hopefully the same does not come here to this battle up at the front of the field. In second place, Moning and Hutchinson right now. continuing to duke this out. We've seen Hutchinson be really smart about this. And Ryan, I wonder if Jaid is definitely taking into consideration what you had postulated earlier, which was maybe try to get this done going into pit lane. Let's take a look at the replay, though. This is on board with Gobi. Flash of the headlights, tries to get in their head. Yeah.
It was a bigger hit than I thought at first blush. I think that one's going to be pretty cut and dry for our steward here to assess the contact. 10-second penalties have been de rigueur to this point for similar contact. So Gobi, who's down in 7th at the moment, figures in my far from official estimation to pick up a costly penalty.
Yeah, and we do have live stewards here this weekend, so they will take a look at that. And it didn't seem to me from that onboard perspective that McKenzie was slowing unnecessarily. That will be taken into consideration, although it is always on the chasing car to not make contact. But yeah, it didn't look like it slowed unnecessarily. I think it was just a combination of what you were talking about, maybe a little bit cooler brakes for Gobi. Looks to the inside for Hutchinson, though. Game on for P2.
Now, Hutchinson's got to go. He's running out of time here. 40 minutes may sound like a lot. I mean, we're only a third of the way into this 60-minute race, but just look at the gap that Whitehead has pulled. 4.5 seconds. Let's say Hutchinson has the pace to run Whitehead down. That's one thing, but then you've got to find a way by, and that could take a lap or two or more as well. So the time is of the essence here for Jaid Hutchinson. Now, you got to be really careful here anytime you're dealing with a team car, and it makes it that much more difficult when you know they've got the same stuff you're working with, probably collaborated on setup, and they certainly are driving the same Mustang GT3 as well. So it's hard to find a differentiator, but you got to go, and you got to go now, I think, if you're Jaid Hutchinson. Can't wait.
Yeah, as you take a look there at our live picture-in-picture, want to give some massive credit there to the team behind the scenes. Our live director, Mike Yao, who just gave us a little bit of wave, our live stewards and graphics behind the scenes. They are the best in the business, and I am not being hyperbolic with that whatsoever. You will not find a better production crew than we have here working behind the scenes at SRO Esports.
Well, and credit to SRO, too, because they were early adopters on the esports side of things. For a number of years, the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup Teams Championship factored in an esports component to the competition. It was required for the pro teams to put one of their drivers in the esports arena that was always assembled on site in real-world SRO races over in Europe, and they would compete on the race weekend in an environment very similar to the one that we have here at PRI, and results in that esports competition decided the team's championship in GT World Challenge Europe for a number of years. So SRO has been very much at the forefront of adopting esports, taking it very, very seriously, and this event here, this wonderful event at PRI, is just another example of that.
Yes, it is. Also here, as you mentioned earlier, Luke Gobi has been assessed that penalty, so no real surprise there. What is a little bit surprising is it looks like Jaid Hutchinson falling off the back here of Michael Moaning ever so slightly going down Holman Boulevard. It's going to bring that gap up a little bit. It's hovering at about 0.4 of a second. I mean, we saw them on top of each other about a lap and a half ago. Now, this could be a multitude of things. This could be a simple matter of Hutchinson just kind of needed to regain. Could also be a situation where he's deciding to cool the tires a little bit, give it a moment, and then try and attack again.
It's a distinct possibility, that's for sure, as we watch Sarah continue to lap in this Porsche. Much delayed, though. They've had a difficult day, has Michael. But that could be some traffic for the leaders. In fact, indeed, that is what our director has picked up on for us. This Porsche here is directly in front of Whitehead, the overall leader of the race. There's been nothing that slowed Whitehead down to this point of the competition, but this is the first time we've seen Luke in any kind of traffic.
And important to note here that these blue flags that will be issued to the likes of Sarah, and it looks like there the Whitehead will be able to get by relatively cleanly down into turn 5. But this is not like Formula One where you have 2 marshal posts to get out of the way. These blue flags are merely informational, letting you know that there is a driver behind you that is on the lead lap, that is faster, and that they would like you to get out of the way. But it is not required by any stretch.
Yeah, informational, not mandatory. You see in our picture-in-picture a little peek through this SRO Esports Pavilion and then into the general sim racing area that's been set up here at PRI with so much cool tech. I mean, if you're into this esports sim racing at all, I mean, there is all kinds of eye candy for you and a chance to sample some really neat stuff. So again, if you're in the Midwest and you can make it out on Saturday, which is when the show's open for the general public, or if you're in the motorsports industry and you want to make the trip out here in future years, could not recommend it enough. I mean, so much from the virtual world to the real world, including a Mustang GT3 showing up well on the virtual track and on site here too.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of our wonderful camera ops just kind of walking around here in the PRI Sim Racing Arena. So, folks, if you see that camera, give us a wave if you're around here. We're walking around and seeing. We would love to see you. Love to see you say hi. So that's what that picture-in-picture is down on the bottom of your screen. So go ahead and give us a wave. We've got a whole bunch of great sim racing stuff here. It is really pretty fantastic to be able to see. Meanwhile, on the track right now, Pulisic starting to pull away here from Sudik.
Yeah, just made the pass while we were blabbing about what was going on here at PRI, but that's a pass on the track. However, you can see 5-second penalty incoming, and that's about to change in the next 10 minutes and 16, 15, 14 seconds because we are about to enter that pit window. And the clock gets down to 35 minutes to go. All of a sudden, the pit lane is open. You can serve that mandatory pit stop. And that would break off this fantastic battle here. As you can see, pit window open, and the time starts to tick down. This is going to be, I suspect, a crucial moment here. Maybe in those tight battles like we've been watching, second and third. Who excels at the pit stop, the in-lap, the out-lap, avoiding traffic when you make that stop? These are the little things on which a race like this can hinge.
Very much so, and we don't often think about that when we're talking about racing and how it goes. But this battle right here, Gobi and I believe Lozano, this is Ferrari versus McLaren. Where have we heard that before? As right now, Gobi trying to close back in. But again, this battle will change around once we have these pit stops taken care of, because Gobi will have to serve that 10-second time penalty.
See our first taker into the pits, and is that Gobi? I think it is the McLaren.
No, it's Alex Ellis.
Ah, I see, okay.
And now Gobi came in. You were right. Ellis is in, Gobi's in.
All right, so both McLarens, interesting.
We were both right.
Coming in at the first time of asking. 3 cars in total. You can see the white P next to the name, kind of to the right of the screen on the scoring pylon, or right of the scoring pylon, I should say, left of the screen. That indicates the cars are in the pits for their mandatory stop. Leaders electing to stay out. I'm not sure that they came by with the window open, so they might not have had an opportunity to come in, and I'm really curious which of these 2 Mustangs blinks first.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Ooh, that was a little bit of a slide there from Moaning. Got to be careful about that, especially as these temperatures cool. And coming out of pit lane, that's going to be a big thing to keep in mind here, is as they make their way out of the pits, even though they didn't change tires, those tires are going to be cooler. But let's keep an eye here. Michael's going to stay on the racing line, as is Hutchinson. And it doesn't look like Whitehead has made their way down into the pits, so the top 3 staying out for the moment.
Yeah, interesting to see that. And another thing you can tell looking at the timing and scoring pylon is who has fulfilled that mandatory stop. If you see a green rectangle to the right of the card number, that indicates that that stop has been served. Otherwise, you'll see the orange with a white 1 in it, and that's to tell you how many more pit stops are required. That's more valid or important when you talk about longer races on ACC. But here in the short race, just the one stop that's required, and they have to do it in the next 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, so I've got to imagine here that for these drivers that didn't immediately come down in, a little bit of lap traffic here for your leaders for Moaning. That's Logan McKenzie right in front of them. McKenzie having made that pit stop. Again, blue flags only informational. Well, McKenzie doing the sporting thing and getting out of the way of your second and third place Mustangs.
Yeah, McKenzie's race kind of got knocked sideways earlier, right? When literally and figuratively we saw that contact earlier in the race. That car has some really strong pace in it, but at this point, you're right, it's about salvaging something, staying out of the way. Don't interrupt the leaders' races. I mean, these people, these racers here, they race against one another all the time in the sim racing world, and they know what comes around goes around.
Yep.
So if you cut the leaders a break here, you know, one of these days the shoe's going to be on the other foot, and someone will remember, and that can make a big difference.
Yeah, and that goes two ways, that they also know who's going to be a little bit more aggressive, who's going to be a little bit more passive coming through the corners, how some of these drivers are going to drive, and that's going to inform how they drive around one another. So that's one of the advantages here of the community that ACC has really built out over the years.
DJ, I'm really surprised that one of these two hasn't elected to try something different than the other. That, it seems to me, especially if you're Hutchinson, and that could be the one thing to differentiate you, to get you this spot. And time is running out. I mean, we're looking at a 5-second gap from the leader Whitehead back to this battle for second and third. Maybe they've got information that we don't, that if they had made a stop, they would have come out in traffic. I mean, that's one thing you have to try and keep in mind. Difficult, though, to draw these conclusions from the cockpit. Maybe you can shed some light on this. Do they have anybody helping with strategy, or is it all up to them?
On the course of a normal race weekend or a normal race when you're at home, you're going to have either someone who is spotting for you, that you'll often be in a Discord channel or something like that with a teammate that will calculate fuel strategy for you. However, or you can have, there's a bunch of third-party apps that also can come in and calculate strategy. There's a few that you can even talk to, that, you know, you press a button and you say pit stop, fuel to the end, and it actually fuels to the end.
I know exactly which app you're talking about.
Exactly.
Coincidentally.
It makes me feel like a real race car driver. And
yes.
It's very cool. Although my fiance laughs at me every time she goes by that I'm sitting there being like, stay out. But nevertheless, this weekend, you gotta all do it yourself. You're not gonna have any of that in here. It is a we have limited all third-party apps that come in, no special overlays. You are running exclusively what is on ACC, as we do see Michael Hickman coming down into pit lane right now. Pulisic also coming in.
Yeah, okay, so that does make it a bit challenging then, trying to time this and do an undercut or something along those lines. Oh wow, this is a big penalty coming here for Polasek. Not just a 10-second, but a stop and go for 30 seconds. So I think that's going to necessitate an additional trip down the pit lane. You can't serve that and do that pit stop. In fact, we see that reflected on the screen here. You can tell, green rectangle, Polasek's done the mandatory pit stop, but still owes that stop plus 30. Yikes.
That is not great there for Polasek. That is going to be very, very bad. Eli Singh back in 13th place right now. Polasek coming down in and out of pit lane. I keep wanting to say Pulisic. I've been watching too much soccer. And I keep wanting to say Captain America's name, but Polasek coming on in here at this point. And that's a stop go for him. There again.
Interesting.
That's rough.
Haven't been many drivers that have not been affected by either contact or a penalty at this stage. I mean, it's pretty much the top three.
Yeah.
That helps explain, I mean, part of it is they started up there, but they've also been super clean as Gobi comes through.
Polasek will find their way back out into, it looks like about 11th place or so. So that'll bring them all through here. We're still waiting on stops from the top 6 from Whitehead, Moning, Hutchison, Martineau, Oring, and Lozano. Oring does owe us that 10-second penalty that we talked about earlier.
That's right. So they'll need to, those that have not pitted yet, they will need to do that, if not this lap, then the next lap. The rule is as long as you are in the pit lane before that window closes, then the stop is valid. You don't have to finish the stop within the window, you just have to start it. So we should be seeing the leaders make that dive into the pit lane here before too much longer.
Yeah, they've only got about another lap to be able to do this because there are 2 minutes left in that pit window. Now the rule is you have to cross the pit line by the time that clock hits 0. It's not a situation where you get a gimme. That is a very, very cut and dry rule.
Yeah, and your race is run if you don't meet that regulation. So Whitehead, this is really interesting, is going to stay out.
That's going to be cutting it close.
Yeah, and it's worth noting you don't have to do the whole lap to get in. I mean, they'll have done the math on this, but I mean, this is going to be really marginal. Or, I'm sorry, we're looking at Polasek here, not Whitehead. They do show the top 3 now making the stop, and that is what I would have anticipated. Okay.
Yeah, and it looks like Martineau is also coming in, and I would have to assume that Oring is going to do the same.
Have to. Have to. Now, Lozano owes a drive-through penalty. I don't know what that's for.
And that is, unless, could be incident limit. That could be you get a certain number of off tracks that you can pick up, and I would have to imagine the drive-through is a result of, I want to say it's 3 or 4 off tracks.
So these we anticipate will be short stops. The only thing you must do to fulfill the pit stop requirement is just a splash of fuel, a liter of fuel to be specific. Car drops off of those virtual checks. I mean, is that about the amount of time you would have thought it would take?
It was a little longer than I thought it would take, honestly. A liter, we have to remember that these are pretty quick fueling rigs here on the sim. They mimic real life, and so that should go relatively quickly. And a single liter shouldn't take all that long, so that was a little longer of a stop for Oring than I thought, but Oring did have to serve a bit of a penalty.
That's a good point. Yep, that's probably the explanation for the delay we were looking at. So Whitehead, that was one of the last tripwires to get through, was that pit stop. Everything seems to be on the up and up there. No speeding penalties or anything like that. Did lose a little bit of the advantage, but from 5 seconds and change down to 4.9 at last check. There's a look at Luke. All business. As you can see, look at the concentration, and that's what it takes, especially with an abnormal amount of distraction happening around with this competition happening here on the showroom floor at PRI.
Yeah, I mean,
he's waving to the camera. I said all business, but I spoke too soon.
You know, sometimes you do have those little moments where you are able to break away. That's one of the great things about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, is it's very similar to, you were talking earlier about Spa. It's like going down the Kemmel Straight, that's your moment where you can breathe. As a driver, you look for those moments on the racing circuit where you're able to stretch your fingers a little bit, where you're able to flex your toes, get that little bit of a stretch, take a minute, then get ready for the next corner. Those are really, really crucial. It's what makes certain tracks like Long Beach, for example, so very difficult, is that with that curving front straightaway, you really don't have that.
Yeah, fewer opportunities to take a breather, that's for sure. Again, picture in picture, you can see this is where we are here at Indianapolis, part of the Convention Center, which is attached to Lucas Oil Stadium, home of the Colts.
Many good memories in that stadium.
2007 Super Bowl champions, but that was before this stadium was built.
Yes, it was.
Pour one out for the old RCA Dome, huh?
Oh, man. Loudest stadium ever built. It was fantastic. And I'll tell you what, it was never louder than on the run to that championship, the AFC championship game against the Patriots, the second largest, third largest comeback in NFL playoff history.
At the time, it was the largest conference championship game comeback.
Yes.
But we are really off piece now.
We really are.
Let's try and reel it back in. We got Whitehead leading the way. It's been a dominant performance from pole, and we talked about the importance of qualifying. I mean, the way this race started speaks to that, right? Top 3 in qualifying, they run top 3, and they've been able to avoid most of the chaos that erupted behind them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what these drivers set out to do. Now, this is interesting.
Okay.
Here, Ryan, look at that gap between Moaning and Hutchinson.
I did notice that.
30 seconds. We missed something there. There was a mistake from Hutchinson that sent him back. He is well off the order here. I wonder if that was a mistake coming down into pit lane, if that was off or a spin. As we see Lozano here at this point serving that drive-through penalty that we mentioned earlier, but that is a big problem there for Jaid Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's a bummer because that was a really good fight between the two teammates there. They were second and third, and 20, 29, nearly 30 seconds now separating the two of them. I mean, could it be something as simple as not setting your pit stop settings?
I just had a little birdie
Is
come
that
up
what
and
it
tell
was?
me that he accidentally forgot to not take tires.
Oh, that is painful.
Yep.
Well, how about that for an educated guess? Honestly, I had not seen anything. I did not
Hayden
know.
just came up and said hi to me and gave me
Wow.
that note. So that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. We take a look at the replay here at this point. We're going to see him as they thunder on by. That's Hutchinson, the second Ford in line.
And they should pit near one another since they qualified next to each other. Around and through the race leader. And car in front, I believe, is going to have the pit stop the time that it should be. Down off the Jackson, gone.
And there it is. And that's
service
the difference.
continues.
That's the difference.
Oh, my goodness. Ouch.
It's got to be so frustrating for Jaid. I mean, he was so quick all day long, ready to absolutely take this out. And just a simple tick in the box like that.
It can happen. I mean, you got a lot of things that you're dealing with. Again, as we talked about, this is all being done here by the driver. They don't have any external help in this particular competition, which sometimes you can have. Although actually in ACC, it is all up to the driver, right? I remember that caught out when we were doing our GT Rivals Esports series for SRO America during the spring of 2020 when everything else was shut down. A lot of the real world teams were picking up ACC for the first time, and the amount of times that a button was left or a box was left checked that should have been unchecked, or the driver was unfamiliar with the interface. I mean, these things did happen with some regularity, and even for someone like Hutchinson, who presumably has significant experience in ACC, you got a lot on your plate. It can happen.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, but it's the same thing that we see, again, mimicked in real life. How many times have we heard about a driver misputting an input onto the dash? I mean, we talk about these dashboards nowadays. They're circuit boards. I mean, you are putting in program codes and all of those kind of things to make them all work. And you frankly have a sim racing button box on a lot of these GT cars right to your right to control things. You press the wrong button and something like that can happen.
Yeah, little things too, even for pit crews. If you watched the GT World Challenge America races at Barber Motorsports Park earlier this year, Random Vandals Racing, in just their second weekend of GT3 racing, had an issue where they ran out of fuel late in the race, and it happened because they had left their fuel rig out in the sun. The fuel expanded in the heat, so the amount of fuel that they thought that they were going to be putting into the car didn't correspond with the amount because it had been pre-measured in different conditions. Next thing you know, they're half a lap shy on fuel, and it cost them a race win. I mean, little things matter so much in this motorsports game. So actually, it was the other way around. It had expanded when they measured it, and then when it cooled off later in the day, and just didn't put enough fuel in the
I didn't know
in the
that
tank.
was the reasoning for it. 'Cause
Yeah.
The last I talked to Paul, he said we have no idea what happened.
Yeah, I did catch up with Paul at the 8-hour, and he was kind of beside himself. But, for a team that had done some longer races in lower series or even had been part of the Indy 8-hour in the past with their GT4 car, didn't have a ton of long-distance endurance racing experience. And so for them, this is just another thing that they had to learn the hard way, and now they're better prepared for the next time.
Well, but that's one of the things that, we talk about sometimes, the ladder system of GT racing. Particularly that we are able to grow here in the SRO Motorsports Group America paddock, whether it's coming up from GR86, going to TC, GT4, working your way up. Now that we have the Lone Star Enduro for GT4,
right,
you're able to work out some of those kinks when you then get to the Indy 8-hour and just continuing to build that along.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to see, and we're going to have more of those stories this year as teams and drivers filter up from touring car to GT4 to GT3. It's one of the fun things about the SRO universe. Now, one benefit for Hutchinson, he did take those tires, so fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he would be able to get that now that they're nice and warm.
Some bragging rights at least.
Exactly, you got to hold on to that. Doesn't come with a point, but it's still pretty darn good to be able to hold on to in terms of that. Ethan Oring right now in 6th place. That Acura you see behind them is Polasek. And Polasek. I keep doing it. And he's trying to, that is a different lapped car, so that's not actually a battle on the track at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking for our best battle for position, and right now everyone's kind of found their spot, it seems like, and we've got the field more or less settled. We saw a look at this. Yeah, we saw the tail end of this with the car rejoining, but a spin coming out of the final corner onto the front straightaway, and tough place to try and get the car turned back around. It's very narrow down the front straight at IMS.
Well, in shades of K-Pax Racing, the black Lamborghini 2 years ago, 3 years ago, at the Indy 8-hour, very, very similar incident happened there with that they just had a little bit of a wide run going through the final area, and that was their problem.
Yeah.
They had the same thing happen. They just ran into the wall.
Doesn't take much, as we've talked about. Fine margins. So we're into the final quarter of the race. Under 15 minutes to go. It's still the pole sitter Luke Whitehead leading the way in the Acura NSX GT3 Evo 22. 5.6 seconds up on Moting in the first of the two Mustangs. Hutchinson still runs in third, even with that pit lane miscue in the second of the Mustangs. And quietly, Martineau, who we've been watching for the better part of a lap here, is putting together a strong performance in the BMW. Kept the nose clean, haven't seen this car in any of the problems, hasn't had a penalty to overcome, and putting in a really solid run right now, fourth fastest or fourth on the leaderboard.
Well, and look at what this is for ST Racing Esports. I mean, second, third, fourth there for them. It really goes to show the investment that ST Racing has put forward into the world of sim racing. It's a really, really impressive crew that they put together. Martineau and Hutchinson, two of the older hands in that. They've been with the team for a number of years. I had a chance to catch up with Cameron a little bit earlier today. Looking forward to maybe doing some real life racing in the next couple of years.
Awesome.
Trying to put some budgets together. Always love to see that for them. So it certainly is, just goes to show you that you get really good at doing this on the sim, you may be able to make the jump into the real world.
We've seen it done over the years. We were just chatting with a attendee at PRI about this just before the start of this race. But, you go back to the original GT Academy, which produced Lucas Ordonez, probably most famously overseas, raced at Le Mans a number of times, and was really there at the cutting edge to prove that talent in the virtual space can translate to the real car, and that was with a much less sophisticated simulation than what we have these days. And I think there is so much untapped talent in the motorsports world that might not ever have the budget to go real world racing and showcase what they can do, but maybe a platform like esports gives them that chance to get on somebody's radar, and from that point, the sky's the limit.
Exactly, and that really is, it is true democratization of motorsport. And let's not beat around the bush. This is an expensive hobby to go sim racing.
Yep.
I don't want to mention how much money I just dropped on a sim rig. You know, it's not cheap, but comparatively,
Yeah, it's orders of magnitude more cost effective, and more importantly, as from a learning perspective, your mistakes are a lot less expensive.
my mistakes are oopsies, I have to let go of the wheel, as opposed to oopsies, here's a check for $75,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
As we've talked about a number of times throughout the day, what a great learning platform. It's become a training platform as well for current drivers, and you know, you even have guys like Max Verstappen who's doing the 24 hours of Spa sim race during an F1 weekend.
Right. I mean, but that goes to show, I think, that you can carry both of those over and that those skill sets do not translate. I can tell you I have raced against Max on the sim. It was back in the heyday, and I qualified within 3,000ths of him, and I was very, very proud of myself. And then he proceeded to blow by me.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it goes to show you that those skill sets do transfer. And when you are quick, you are quick.
And Max is quick.
I think.
Do we have enough evidence to prove this?
I think so.
Okay.
I think 4 World Championships does that.
I suppose you're right. Tough day for Porsche, it has to be said, here at IMS. And actually, this Porsche is shown as not having even served its pit stop. So this is a really long day for Michael Serra down in 15th. Very much delayed from the early going, but does drift to the side to let the leaders play through.
Yeah, good sportsmanship there. As we mentioned a couple of times, blue flags, not mandatory, merely informational here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And you see oftentimes, though, those drivers just opting to get out of the way. Because as you said earlier, it really is a situation where they're going to remember. The drivers have the memories of elephants.
Here is Alex Ellis, we talked about briefly earlier, but made his return to a real world race car after a decade plus out of the cockpit earlier this year. Raced in the SRO's Pirelli GT4 America Championship at Barber Motorsports Park and was one of the stars of the show there that weekend. Guy who was trying to make his way into Indy cars 10 plus years ago, made it as far as what is now called Indy Next, at the time Indy Lights. Got, by virtue of winning a scholarship in a competition, got a chance to run one race at Sonoma and was running top 6, you know, with no testing, up against some big names of the time who have made it onto IndyCar, and you know, just kind of ran out of opportunity, but has been doing a lot of coaching in the intervening years, and then proved when given the opportunity to jump behind the wheel of a GT4 car earlier this year. He told me it was the first time he had done more than 3 consecutive laps in a real race car in over a decade, and he was running in podium contention against some big name pros with like factory level experience.
I mean, it goes to show you, once you have that skill, once you hone that skill in of driving, it doesn't go away. It does not change. You're always going to have that killer instinct. You're always going to have that feeling. You're always going to have that ability to be able to push yourself ahead. Yes, your reflexes may be a little bit slower. You know, you may not be as on top of your game as you once were, but it's always going to be there.
I wish we had a little more time in this race, DJ, and this is why Hutchinson is flying. And again, he's the only one who took tires erroneously, accidentally, during that pit stop. But that gap, remember, it was 30 plus seconds? It's like 19 now.
That's remarkable. That is in, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, cutting that down to 11 seconds? That's almost a second a lap.
Yeah. Really impressive stuff. And on a long enough timeline, I would have loved to see how that potential strategy could have played out. But unfortunately, I don't think there's enough time left, barring a major mistake from Moaning. As we go on board here, just watch and listen. Lou Gobi, who's been in the wars today but recovered from that penalty, runs 5th and only half a second behind Martineau here. This is for position.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a battle, and I wonder here for Gobi, if we remember, a little aggressive on the headlights coming down into turn 1. Now, that is a very real strategy that is employed to try to distract the other driver. And sometimes it's frowned upon a little bit, but it's perfectly within the rules. Oh, that's a new one.
Turn the lights off completely.
Oh, I love that from Gobi. That's brilliant.
Just disappear in the rearview mirror. Boy, that has to be unsettling. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
That's shades of Batman right there.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Well, she is quick in that McLaren, has run down this BMW, and it's time to go. If you're a Lou Gobi, this is 4th and 5th. On the line, just off the podium, but you never know if there's an issue for any of the cars ahead. Could be there to pick up the pieces and maybe pick up a podium result today.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, 6.5 minutes left to go in the session. I think that's closed downable here at this point. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Gobi's going to be able to make this pass. Now down Holman Boulevard into the braking zone. The question here for me is going to be, is if Martineau has saved any of his stuff. I mean, we're 55 minutes into this race. That's normally when we see drivers come in to change tires on a stint length in traditional endurance racing, when the tires normally start to fall off a little bit. So I'm going to be very, very interested to know how this is going to play out here for Gobi. And down into turn 12, all over the back of that BMW.
Yeah, no question about it. The McLaren looks like the stronger package at this stage in the race, but got to find a way around, and Gobi earlier made contact in a braking zone that led to a penalty, or else she'd be much higher up the order. In fact, I think, given that long pit stop for Hutchinson, she'd probably be in 3rd right now if that had been clean and without that penalty. But unfortunately, that's not the way it played out. This is where it happened, right here into turn 1. Not close enough this time, though.
No, it looks like Gobi gets more speed through about the middle 3rd of the track is where that speed really starts to pick up. Kind of from about turn 7 to turn 12. That section of the infield is really where that speed comes. Now, interestingly there, Diamond off the corner, we talked about that line a little bit earlier on with Bouchard running that line, Gobi doing something very similar. And she'll get a good little response here that she just noticed Martineau kicked up some dirt on the way out of turn 6. That's a good sign. That means that they're overrunning the car a little bit, potentially.
I think Martineau has settled in, though, because it was a really tight margin between these two, and now it seems to be stabilized at just about 8/9 of a second. Oh, somebody's off to the right there. That's a heart in your throat moment.
Yeah.
For these two, we're battling for 4th and 5th. And who is it? Sarah. Well, again, that car had not served its pit stop within the window, so, and they're already shown 5+ laps down, so it was not going to be a good day anyway. And maybe it's an early end to the day. Chance to get out, walk around, enjoy PRI a little bit.
Exactly. You still got about an hour and a half left to go in the day here, so might as well do it. Gobi down into the binders. Into turn 1. That was almost contact again.
Yeah, where have we seen that before?
Yeah.
Able to get it wound up this time. Great onboard look at this battle, though. You can see that BMW just twitching on the edge of adhesion. This is that F1 loop that we've been calling it. Kind of a throwback to 2021 when this track was scanned for ACC, and then it leads here onto Holman Boulevard. The long run down into the braking zone for 7. Amazing how late these GT3 cars can brake these days. Martineau a little bit wide that time, and that's allowed Gobi to close back in. This battle's not done yet.
No, it's certainly not. Hutchinson's still holding on to the fastest lap of the race, but our eyes are firmly fixed here on Martineau v. Gobi. Now this is where Gobi's been the strongest, down through turn 11 and into turn 12. Not quite close enough to have a look, but much later on the binders into that right-hander. Should be able to carry good speed. Little bit of a thought there into turn 13. Carry on out, and I think Martineau got a little bit of a better run out of the corner, so that should keep Cameron out of harm's way for the moment.
2 laps to go. So time running out. Let's take a look back at something that happened a few moments ago, and
That's Sarah, that's the Porsche.
out of fuel.
Could be.
Didn't make a pit stop.
Yeah.
I mean, the car in theory could go the full 60 minutes, but if you were planning on putting a leader in, which is required if you had made the pit stop, well, that's my best guess. Oh, again, the BMW slips wide. Door is open. Is it a McLaren-sized hole? I think it could be.
Gobi going for the crossover down Holman Boulevard. Not going to be able to get it done, but going to be able to get a nice, healthy heap of the draft. Now takes a look to the outside, looking back to the inside. No dice.
And Gobi, by the way, look at that picture-in-picture. Not just shoeless, but
Contact!
sockless too, and they come together. Oh, man. She's going to let the BMW back through, I suspect, to try and avoid drawing any kind of penalty. I think that was really smart.
Yeah.
And if I'm in race control here, and again, we do have live race control ruling on these incidents, I think all's fair. Let them fight on.
If you give that position back, you should be good to go there, but you never know how that will shake out, so that could be a little bit of a change. We'll have to keep our eye on that. These drivers, I do believe, will be coming to the white flag potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, that's Whitehead coming around.
And I'm not clear on whether or not he was shown the white flag.
I don't believe he was. We haven't seen an indication.
Okay.
30 seconds to go down into turn 12. This should be the white flag lap here for Whitehead.
All right. Yep, just enough time to start one last lap. Whitehead has controlled this race from the beginning. We really haven't talked about him a whole lot because pretty much since the start, this race has been his, right? Started on pole. At the end of the first lap, it was up over a second already. The gap back to the 2 Mustangs, and he's just continued to pull away.
Yeah, so at this point, Whitehead crosses over the line. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Moaning, Hutchinson behind. There is Michael Moaning.
Did a really good job in that battle with Hutchinson. Hutchinson appeared to be moderately quicker, but Moaning just did not present an opportunity. And Hutchinson was forced to sit in line. More problems here for Bouchard, who rejoins right in front of, I think that was Singh. Ooh, that was close.
That was very, very close.
Trauma down to the final minutes.
Now Gobi trying to be able to take that final move.
Now is this coming to the white flag?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I was surprised how far Whitehead was up on them, frankly, on that last lap.
This was the incident with the Audi just over the curb a little bit too violently and around. And this was a frightening moment on the rejoin.
Yeah, that was very, very close. Gobi, though, into turn 4, lining up for 5 and 6. This is the area where Gobi's been a little bit strong. Martineau's been a little bit off. But there it is, Luke Whitehead across the line, your winner here at the PRI Esports Sim Racing Arena. A brilliant drive for the Veloce PRI driver.
Flag to flag for Luke Whitehead. Gets the job done from pole position, and now a little celebratory drift burning down those virtual Pirellis. Might as well.
Exactly.
What a fantastic effort. 6.8 seconds clear of that car. That was Moaning, I think, doing some celebrations as well. Hutchinson across the line to complete the podium. Oh, what might have been if not for that lengthy pit stop. Hutchinson does, though, get the bragging rights of the fastest lap of the race, and now the final run to the yard of bricks in this fight here for 4th and 5th. The BMW of Martineau holds the spot, and Gobi in the McLaren has a couple corners left to try and take it away.
Going to try to close it in here down the main straightaway, but it's not going to be enough. Martineau will hold off for an STR Esports 2-3-4. Gobi has to settle for 5th. This is a battle between Oring and McKenzie, though, coming to the yard of bricks.
Oh, it's a drag race to the stripe, and it's going to be very, very close. Looks like it's McKenzie by 62 thousandths of a second after 1 hour of virtual racing.
That's what we are here for at this point. Well, there it is, and that is all she wrote here for today at the PRI Sim Racing Arena. Great racing, great showcase of what ACC is and what it can be.
Yeah, fantastic showcase, like you said, and some of the best showing why they are the best in that competition here today. And you're about to go chat with some of them, right?
I am. We're going to hop on over. I'm going to switch over headsets here at this point, so I will pop on over. We're going to have a little podium celebration down here.
All right. Hopefully the camera follows DJ. And while he gets situated, just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone from PRI for hosting us here at the Sim Racing Arena, as well as everyone at SRO for organizing this. But in just a few moments, you'll want to stay tuned because a DJ Clark podium is coming your way, celebrating our esports spectacular here at PRI in Indianapolis. Some highlights of our race earlier today. It was Whitehead from pole position in the dusk at virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, able to lead the field to green by virtue of a brilliant qualifying effort to secure pole position. A couple of Mustang teammates from ST Racing Esports running second and third, and that's how they would run for much of the race. Big moment here, very dramatic, just at the back of the top 5 with a spin for one of the NSXs. Martineau just barely able to avoid major contact here in the carousel, and that was the first of several events of misfortune for the 73 Audi. Tough day for the Porsche as well, ultimately finishing at the bottom of the order. Looked like perhaps ran out of fuel late in the going, had to avoid the spinning Audi, and then had a spin of its own and was not able to recover at that moment. Then into the twilight, and the battle was between the ST Racing Esports teammates with Moaning and Hutchison. They were nose to tail in the beginning of this race, and it set up this run into the darkness, just into the pit stop window. Alou Gobi into the back of one of the NSXs there. Both cars much delayed. They were running in top 5 contention at the time. Luke Whitehead, little wave to the camera. That's how much in control he was of this event at that moment. Crucial moment in the pits, though. One of the Mustangs elected, probably by accident, to change tires. It cost them a significant amount of time. And from that point on, really the top 3 were not in doubt. Late race drama onto the front straightaway here for the 13 Ferrari. And able to get that car reset and continue. And this is where Sarah lost pace, perhaps lost some power, maybe out of fuel late in the going. That brought in this battle here. It was Alou Gobi fighting for position with Martineau. There's the Porsche pulling off to the side as that battle for 4th and 5th roared past. In the final minutes, the 73 Audi with the spin, a little too much curb in turn 1, no harm, no foul, continued on, although did rejoin right into traffic. And that was a hair-raising moment, to say the least. It was an exciting race. Thrilled to be here, thrilled to be a part of it, and again, a great showcase for all that sim racing is and can be in the future. And without further ado, let's head to our own DJ Clark, who's on podium duties for us here in Indianapolis.
I am Ryan, and I have the man, the myth, the legend, Luke Whitehead, a dominant performance from pole. Was there ever any doubt in this one?
Well, first off, good evening. Hope you enjoyed the show. Yeah, it was. I didn't make the race easy for myself, to be honest with you. It looked easy, but I can assure you it wasn't. Being an absolute donut, which is British for idiot, I changed my brake ducts in the front and went the wrong way with the pressures, which meant I had massively overpressured fronts, which meant that my tyre wear on my handling of the car was just completely off, which meant at the end the car was pretty tragic to drive. But for the first half of the race, it wasn't really a problem. So yeah, I was a bit annoyed at myself. I realised literally on the hour up, I was like, my fronts are too high pressured. So it was not easy, but glad it didn't pay too much dividends in the end.
I mean, it was a commanding drive all the way through, and obviously a lot of experience here on ACC. How much of that did you have to rely on to really get through those problems you were experiencing?
Yeah, it always helps, especially with the experience that I've got on LAN events. It always helps because obviously the kit here is different to at home, which makes, it brings in another variable and makes it all very difficult for a lot of people to adapt. And, I also missed 40 minutes of practice this morning because of teething troubles, so that obviously doesn't help either. But it was, it took... I've got a lot of experience and it helps me to dig deep when I need to, so it was good.
Ever any doubt on choosing a car besides the Acura, Honda, however you wanted to describe it?
Yeah, actually. The week running up to this race, I did a few laps in a couple of different cars, and I think I changed car choice in my head about 3 or 4 different times. I managed to settle on a car that I actually quite enjoy driving. The Acura or Honda is actually, is never usually the fastest. Here it was very, very quick, which made my job a lot easier, but it also just drives really nice. So it very much helped me out. So, yeah.
Well, it was great to see you absolutely dominate. Anybody you'd like to thank here before we move on to the podium celebrations?
Yeah, well, I'd like to first off thank PRI and SRO Motorsports for hosting such an event. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes logistically and also just running this event here. It's a cool venue, cool event, and a lot of cool people. And I'd also like to say GG's to Michael and Jaid for finishing P2 and 3 in the Stang. I was a little bit scared of them, to be honest, because that thing has it's about 5 or 6 kilometers an hour quicker than me down the straight. So I was like, if they get close, they'll fly past me. But fortunately not. But, a pleasure to share the podium with those guys.
Well, we'll move on to that podium here in a second. But before we do, give it up for your victor, Luke Whitehead. It is time for everybody's favorite part of an SRO weekend. It is time for your podium celebrations. Coming home in 3rd place for ST Racing Esports in the Mustang. Let's hear it for Michael Jaid Hutchinson. We'll try that again. Also for STR Esports, that's why I got confused. In 2nd place, Michael Manning! And on the top step of your podium for Veloce Esports in the Acura NSX Evo, let's hear it for Luke Whitehead! Let's give it up one more time for your podium, folks. All right, and now all sim racers who took part in the event, let's everybody get up on stage. We want to get a picture with ya. Thank you so much for joining us here at the PRI Esports Arena. It's been an absolute pleasure. On behalf of everybody here at SRO Motorsports Group America, thank you once again.